All right. Never a dull moment on YouTube.
Hello.
How are we doing, chat? Yeah, YouTube was, I think it was the browser tab cache got messed up and didn't want to actually progress the back end to let me start the stream.
Nice.
I'm excited though. I'm excited. This is hopefully the conclusion to this arc.
What are you talking about? We have to watch his Oblivion video next.
And his Fallout 4 video, where he
Ooh.
apparently he shadowboxes the design doc thing, where it's very funny. He's caught in this rock and hard place where part of him wants to copy what he's seen before of critiquing Fallout 4, but then the other part of him like doesn't want to critique Emil Pagliarulo's work without like acknowledging it. That, my friends, is what happens when you go in a little too hard on the kind of party think. Realpolitik. So, we did an EFAP on Saturday. That was fun. If you haven't seen it,
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I saw most of it.
It was fun. It was fun. It was the usual EFAP thing of probably too many guests. Kind of have to fight for your airtime. So that hasn't changed, but it's always fun. It's just very socially taxing.
Oh yeah. I was enjoying watching the watching everybody's live reactions and my own to the prequel cutscenes.
To that, yeah,
specifically
the hype up moment cutscene. Yeah, because you called in on the second mission.
Yeah, so I didn't get to see that in its entirety. I saw like bits and pieces, but to watch it in its entirety, that cutscene alone might justify the remake.
Oh,
that was truly
you sound like an
something
accelerationist.
Else.
So we gotta let these people cook up the cringe.
No, I mean, like, if you're gonna do something really badly, at least do it so badly that it's funny. Because that cutscene was genuinely hilarious.
Yeah. Now, there was not a lot of comments. Let's not over-exaggerate it. There's a few comments that are complaining about it. But again, it's like, you gotta speak or you're never gonna get to cut in. Well, speaking of accusations against me, I am planning to go back to EFAP next Saturday. And there's going to be some old Patrician lore in what we react to on that stream. So I hope that you're all ready for what's coming.
Am I fucking getting I am getting ads in the chat for watch together.
Really?
Ad blocker, you're slacking here.
But today is the day.
Paranoid to ad block it though.
And I want to say,
functionality.
Why SuperRAD, right? Beyond like he's talked about it, a lot of people have talked about it. We haven't done H Bomber Guy's New Vegas video, like that's probably much more entertaining. The reason why SuperRAD is I had no clue that he was gonna be like a anarcho-primitivist in what he was arguing. That caught me completely off guard. And now I need to know what the follow-up arguments were. I wish that it was just its own dedicated follow-up video instead of being like scattered throughout a Fallout 3 review. But now I'm like I just want to pull on this thread and see where it goes. because
Yeah.
there's not a lot of like pro yes man positions online, and I think it's mostly because nobody really likes the write your own ending. So it's like it's neat to see yes man treated as more than just the fan canon Cult of Courier 6 ending. But was there anything else to mention? Hopefully we're done with Halo for the most part.
We could mention, since we're doing this, is a this wasn't streamed on your main channel, that reaction that we had to that Fallout 3 video.
The 10 Penny Tower video.
Yeah.
Well, for the most part, the actual someone was like, "I'm surprised you reacted to that in the chat just now." The reason for that was actually just I happened to want that clip from Tenpenny Tower of siding with Roy and then blowing up Megaton, because it has to be seen to be believed.
I mean, really, that whole stream was that was a good stream. So, you know, if you haven't seen it, I would recommend going on Pleb TV and giving that one a gander. Because oh boy, did you manage to break Fallout 3.
Yeah, it's crazy. Listen, Fallout 3 is a stable game. It was also like, that quest actually looked really cool, playing it through on the CRT.
Yeah.
So it's like I can definitely see why Nate Perkypile is like pro remaster, just because fixing the actual issues with Fallout 3's art style would be appreciated. Nice one with taking over the stream on EFAP. Everyone said what they wanted. Let's move on. That was a frustrating conversation. And the response to it's frustrating, and it's just the way that I look at it is, I think what like the fans want is just people to say their piece, and then to let like Fringy and Mauler or Rags rant, and then they just kind of win the conversation and everybody else shuts up. And I was like, I mean, there's a core disagreement here. We're not going to move past it. And the structure of it's just like, we can't point out that it's like a basic structural kind of what do you prioritize type of thing.
Oh, was that the what was worse, regenerating health? Or,
yeah. Which is funny that like somehow the pathfinding started to like slip out of that conversation where we were just like regen health versus sprint. Because I was still I was still really like team pathfinding. I was mostly saying the regen health thing just because I think that it itself is even a bigger deal than sprint.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
But also it's just like, my main thing is like, I put together a thing behind the scenes and brought it to show, and it was like, there was no sign we were ever going to move past that. But I also said, like, if you really, really have something that you just want to get off of your chest, like, just say it now so we can move on. That was a big thing. I wasn't just like trying to shut down the conversation. I just wanted to move on.
Yeah. After a point, you know, when you're doing shows like this, you gotta recognize. Yeah, I was going back and forth on whether it was regenning health or sprint, but I would have to. I mean, I have to give it to regenning health because you can at least not sprint.
I really do think that I do think it's an issue of they didn't try it without sprint to realize that it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
You can still run past the enemies if that's really what you want to do. That's how I solved a lot of the problems on remix mode. So Halo is a serious topic, I agree. And yeah, I did want to give John the opportunity to speak about theater because, one, I value John CJG's opinions in general. And two, like, if it had been brought up sooner, it would have been nice. I didn't want it to be left out because I do think it's important. Halo 1 was always a hard game to make machinima of. You would think a remaster would rectify that and add in the tools that would make it easier.
No, 343 learned their lesson about encouraging machinimas in their games. You know, considering they are responsible for red versus blue dying.
So they're just not going to even try at all. The free marketing aspect of it. So you even lose the machinima people because like they're the only ones who are like, yeah, Infinite has its upsides. Like it's a good looking game that you can do decent things with. And it's like, no, not even at this point. And then I was talking to John about RB and the Chief after, because I've had a few questions about it. You let me down on the ZocDoc questions though. I mean, what? That's way too autistic and like Patrician TV circle coded. I just wanted to say that like I really don't think I need to confront him on that. The main thing is what frustrates me about that is that it's not the ZocDoc sponsorship itself. It's the I'm gonna complain about American healthcare and then take a ZocDoc sponsorship.
What caught you off guard more? Finding out that finding out about SuperRAD's beliefs, or seeing that ZocDoc ad?
Oh man. It has to be the ZocDoc ad. I think the SuperRAD thing was more surprising, but in terms of like just in the moment catching me off guard, yeah. Are we going anarcho-paleo-communism today? I have no direction in which we're going. It could completely change 180 degrees.
I do kind of feel bad for that guy though, Devin.
Yeah.
Because I did go and I started looking at some of his other stuff. I'm like, oh, this dude is just like, he's just a really small, like, he only recently got big and he just accidentally he didn't know what he was getting
that's
into
my thing
with
too.
Fallout.
There's a few people who are like, no, the way he's reacted afterwards says that he was chasing a reaction. And I'm like, I don't know, if you have like 10 different YouTubers like tearing into you, you know, you kind of have to learn how to handle that at some point in your career, and sometimes people skip that part of their career.
Yeah.
And then they just can't handle it. And it is unfortunately just a sign of the times that like if someone's saying you're wrong, that the quest isn't about racial discrimination, like people kind of instinctively reflex, oh, well, you seem to care a lot about what it's about. And it's like trying to get across, you have to get across as fast as possible. No, it's about discrimination in general, not racial. But they've already written you off as like you believe in white genocide and you would vote Hitler too back into power. And the Fallout community is not a landmine you want to step on. Yeah, I mean, standing for 10 penny towers a quest is crazy. It's also crazy he didn't mention the megaton thing at all. That's what I think is the most, because that's the most likely way you're going to find 10 penny tower. Do you think SuperRAD doing anything but going yes man, nuking the NCR and dismantling the Legion by killing Kaisar would be a betrayal of his Anprim nonsense? You would have to nail down what he believes. That's kind of step one. It's not even a matter of like, I have this problem with a lot of like leftist content creators where they leave certain details out to give them room later to wiggle around.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I think that the Devin guy did leave stuff out so that he had wiggle room. So that you would fall into the trap of like trying to define him, because you can't counter him without having all of that information.
Yeah.
And then it's like, so I don't know what SuperRAD would do, because I really don't know what SuperRAD believes. I'm kind of just on the fence. I think SuperRAD's an authoritarian in terms of the way that he conducts himself online, but then he makes these arguments in his videos, and it's like, it's hard to tell if that's him playing the character or if that's what he actually thinks, because there's an inherent conflict in that. SuperRAD is and prim. There are a lot of arguments in his videos that are adjacent to that line of thinking in terms of like progress is the cause of like human suffering. You would be happier in like the Paleolithic era as like a hunter-gatherer. And he's very pro-tribal. But then it's like at the same time, that stuff gets said by people who are authoritarian communists as like a way to say there was a default happiness that we deviated from for some unknown reason. I think the craziest part of it is that it's just the secular form of the Adam and Eve story. Where it's like the invention of agriculture is the snake in the Garden of Eden that represents biting the apple of knowledge. It's like, it's the same thing. It's convenient to blame technology or progress or knowledge as an influence because it's a default state for Homo sapiens specifically. Like, we are not physiologically designed to exist without even 1% of progress, just because like you need clothes, you need tools.
I really think it was all downhill after we discovered fire. It's just
well, that's what I'm saying is that it's kind of like being Freud and saying that everything is just you want to fuck your mom. Like it's a foolproof theory where it's like, if you're blaming technology for all the sins in the world, well, it's not like we can get rid of it to test your theory if it's true. I'm pretty sure agriculture, technology, progress isn't supposed to be the villains in the Adam Eve story. Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's analogous in the sense of you are blaming something that was already intrinsic to humans. And I don't know, I would say metaphorically, if we're saying, you know, knowledge, then...
Yeah.
If you, whether or not you believe it's quite literally agriculture, I mean, I'm going to be real with you. I think that's one of the more metaphorical stories in the Bible. So there's some parts of it that are historical accounts, but that part always struck me as just like, it's more of a metaphor for like the Neolithic Revolution than an actual... this happened, which I know, that's heresy for some of you.
Well, hopefully we can shed some more light on SuperRAD's beliefs with Fallout 3. Fallout 3 always brings the best out of people, you know?
Well, based on the notes I've seen, it's not really a Fallout 3 video. It's the chuds are calling me out, and I'm also under the guise of a Fallout 3 video.
The only thing I remember from his Fallout 3 video is him just mercilessly talking shit about Fallout 3.
Yeah.
And then just punctuating it with, but Fallout 3 is a good game, guys. Like, seriously, I love it.
Which it's like, why even bother, honestly? I don't know.
Because he doesn't want to be associated with the chuds of Fallout New Vegas.
I think if I didn't know you and I was hearing your stance on Fallout 3 of how you approach it, that it would be the same thing of like you're mercilessly shitting on it, but then at the end of it, you're saying like I still like it. It's just different ways to say the same approach of like there's novel aspects you can appreciate by playing it, but not for long, and definitely not if you're playing the writing.
Mm-hmm.
The philosophers of old times could never comprehend the moral conundrums of Fallout 3. What's crazy is that Devin presented it like, oh yeah, this is just the wasteland. This is how it should be. And like, that's the only quest where it's all bad endings. I'm pretty sure like almost every other major side quest has like good outcomes.
And again, I still think it's probably because Emma was just like lifting stuff from that film.
Emil he has interesting taste and he thinks stuff is cool and he adapts it.
Yeah.
Honestly, like if you wanted to come up with an alternate theory to the shift to agile design, if you think that's not true, that agile design is not the reason that Bethesda got progressively worse at making games, if you want to put stock in the theory that just like Emil's taste went to shit, where he moved away from referencing like niche films and novels to like just playing Red Dead Redemption, and like that's his source of influence now for it. Then like
he started running out of material.
yeah,
He started running out of his like deep cuts, and now he's just like, well,
well, it might just
I
be
only
like
have time to play like Red Dead.
well,
So
it just might be like in the 2000s he was engaging with cool stuff, and now in like the 2020s it's like just he just plays video games in his spare time.
Yeah.
When he ever
Yeah.
has spare time.
Yeah.
So it's like if you want that to be your unifying theory of it, then like go ahead.
I'd be curious to see like a Fallout 3 video that is just like, here's this quest, here's the thing, like the movie or the song or the book or whatever that it's referencing.
Right.
And just doing like compare and contrast.
Yeah,
from
that would be
lens.
cool. The hardest part is it's not all known.
Yeah.
Because Immel's not the guy. I wish he was more like Michael Kirkbride, where Kirkbride will just write like, yeah, the Song of Pelennor was inspired by like alcoholism, you know, like Kirkbride will give unsolicited opinions on what was inspiring him that week he wrote something, whereas like Immel has to be prompted into giving these answers, and you can't trust him sometimes because he has changed his story on like Tenpenny Tower, for example, which is funny that that's the topic in question. Is like Immel originally back in the day said that Tenpenny's accent was like a clue as to what was going on in Europe, and then like 15 years later he did another interview where he said Tenpenny was faking his accent. So, which is like those are inherently like contradictory stances. So, with that in mind, I'd like to get started. Let me just get us all set up here.
How long is this video?
I was wrong. It is shorter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at the timestamp. I'm like, it's only 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, Fallout 3 is a shorter game.
Yeah, it's crazy. There is one thing I wanted to say after the outcome of the last stream which was I'm not as mean as I used to be. And so it's sad that there's no like meaningful engagement to this stuff, because it's like I used to just like tell people to kill themselves if they made bad videos.
You're losing it. You're losing your edge.
Well, it's not a matter of losing my edge so much. It's just like I wish that there would be even like 1% good faith engagement, and it didn't just get all lost into a whirlpool. What am I this week? Chud? Woke? Am I the gateway drug to wokeism? Am I teaching your kids how to become trans? Or no, I think this week I'm teaching people how to donate to APAC. At least people still make like novel and genuine videos. That's the golden path.
Yeah.
You were gay for getting $10,000 donated to St. Jude's. Yeah, I did have one on Twitter the other day. Someone called me a. I won't repeat what they said, but it was you could say derogatory, and they were quote tweeting the Twitter post where I linked the St. Jude's charity, and I was like, that shit. Honestly, I have that tweet pinned just because it's like it is honey. Like someone, because it's a very Reddit behavior. I see something I'm going to disagree with. I need to crawl their profile and find something embarrassing. There, he's a cyclist. Oh, wait. But he did it for charity. Doesn't matter. Did you guys already talk about the EDP documentary? We talked about it before stream. I liked it. I saw it before stream today. If we want a quick side tangent, I should have prepared a note for this. Just because I was thinking about, oh, did it get taken down? Oh no, there it is.
For everybody watching this,
there was a part where I wanted to reference and maybe show you on stream.
Got my motherfucking main.
Hang on. So I will. Oh, it cannot be played on Watch Together because it's age restricted.
Oh.
All right. Well, it is a part where EDP 445 is like explaining who his real in-was are, and hang on, let me pull up the list here. It is Andrew Tate, Donald Trump, Joe Rogan, Tristan Tate, Ben Shapiro, Sneeko, and then there were two more that I didn't recognize. But these are who he considers like certified real in-was.
I see.
The EDP documentary is an impossible moral dilemma. True. True. No, I mean, it's the usual. You know what I like about it was that it was lolcow documentaries, but back from the era when it was just, this is a cautionary tale and not just, hey, look at this guy. We picked up a rock in the woods and saw some bugs under it type shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where it's
it's hard to find like just like a good drama video.
Yeah. Well, it's not even drama. It's just a cautionary tale of like, don't reach loneliness to the point that like, and like have an untreated porn addiction.
Yeah.
Which you might think is like generally solid advice, but I do think that from time to time people have to be reminded that like of those basic lessons, like being a lonely person that actually can have like a serious detriment on you. Yes, there was a very funny arc. It's better than what you said, Leslie. It's early in the video he says he has been looking for a girlfriend for like 6 years, and then partway through, because this was filmed over the course of 2 years, he gets a girlfriend, but she refused to have sex with him, and they were together for a year, and then he eventually broke up with her. So, all right. We have a tendency to talk about, shall we say, people with questionable intentions towards minors before we talk about SuperRADs. Oh no. This is gonna start fast.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
I suggest holding on to your seat, everybody.
I got my bucket right here.
I'm preemptively going to warp speed.
Talk about New Vegas a lot. In most of my retrospectives, I have something to say about New Vegas that relates to my opinion on the topic at hand. Games can cover political themes. They look at our real-world politics and their effects on us both individually and as a populace.
I know, but you gotta actually think about what they're saying.
How history affects us, how economics affects us, how these things might be changed for the better and how they may be failing us currently. New Vegas, in my eyes, is a perfect example of this type of game. One that not only looks to critique certain aspects of politics, militarism, and capitalism, but also make a clear stance on where the developers stand on those topics.
That's why it's so brutal that so many Fallout writers have just flat out said it's not about capitalism.
You are correct, SuperRAD, that they do a good job explaining things and, you know, even giving insight into maybe what they might be thinking. But the problem is that you didn't really interpret it correctly there.
I think it goes beyond a lack of interpretation. I think there is a degree of insertion. There is an insistence that this is what this is about.
Yeah.
It's all about capitalism because they made it to be paid. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I would overturn capitalism if it meant that this video There we go. We said the joke. New Vegas isn't even that deep. It's just factions with extreme viewpoints over fighting over power. Yeah, I agree. They're very simple kind of philosophical viewpoints. I think what it is it's like a layer of sediment that's just below the surface, where it's like everybody's used to fighting left, right. You're a conservative. No, you're a liberal. That type of like back and forth rhetoric that you dig into this and it's like, whoa, there's like philosophy here. This is the deepest shit. Like, it's fun, but like, you know, at the end of the day, you have to acknowledge it is what it is about, and what it's about is human nature.
Yeah.
Like I talk about human nature, power. Well, it's different aspects. I think Fallout 1 and 2 focus on the war aspect of human nature, whereas I think 3 focuses on like and 4 to an extent, the contradiction of desiring both security and freedom when they tend to be mutually exclusive. And so there's a lot of aspects of 3 where it's like, what would you give up to have security? Would you live near an atomic bomb? Would you live somewhere where you get sick all the time? Would you live somewhere where you can't have any kind of diversity? And I know people hate that I attribute that there might actually be a theme to Fallout 3. I'm not saying it's good or clever writing, but it does exist. And then you have, you know, New Vegas. But it's like what you're identifying is that there's a greed aspect. And greed is deeper than just like systems of economics.
No, greed was born out of capitalism. That's why if we destroy capitalism, greed will disappear.
Greed will disappear and we'll return to the Garden of Eden.
It's just
it's
that
based
simple.
rad. I didn't know based rad was like a hyper tradcath.
I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they went to an Amish market, and they're like, you know, I think I could be Amish, and I was just like, yeah, I could see it.
Right.
Like they're very like traditional values and stuff like that, and you know,
lots of
even like
genetic diseases.
family, like the family unit and all this stuff, and like I'm like, yeah, I could see it.
I think what it is people have to be reminded that like this was a very sad thing. Someone made a video that was like, I started playing my Switch 2 instead of doom scrolling on Twitter, and everybody was making fun of it, and then people realized like it's kind of sad, but people do have to be reminded that like if you think the world is shit, you can like just kind of log off and do something else.
Yeah, you can go unplug.
You don't have to go full like return to monkey.
Yeah. If you feel like you need to reconnect with nature, I would suggest first starting with like going out for a walk. You know, maybe go outside on your porch and just, you know, plop down a chair and just sit in the sun.
Yeah. Ideally, you live somewhere where kids can safely play in the streets.
Yeah. I'm at the point in my life where I genuinely enjoy sitting in lines at a drive-thru because it just gives me an excuse to sit there in total silence and just like unplug for a bit.
Yeah.
I turn off the music, put my phone away and stuff, and I just sit there and just zone out. Like this is fantastic.
I cannot hide from total mobilization, economic collapse, and KGB taking over power right now and literally canceling capitalism. Where the fuck do you live? Believe it or not, you can at least like just go outside. You know, just for a little bit.
Go pick some berries, idiot. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe go hunting, gathering with your community. No, you need to be hyper plugged in all the time. Maybe if you maybe if you just watch one more leftist white guy video essay for 40 minutes,
It'll finally make sense.
that'll plug the hole in your heart.
As well as many social issues that we are used to in our lives. New Vegas isn't just a game with a story to tell you about a career. It's a game that wants to discuss topics of your social existence.
But Fallout 3? I mean, Chad, I gotta emphasize, we didn't, this isn't the Fallout New Vegas video. So I hope this is setting up the trend for you.
SuperRAD. Listen, man, this is not how you do it. You have to mention Fallout 3 in the first like 10 seconds of the video. You gotta like you gotta make the first. It's like this is not optimized for search engines. All right.
Well, and beyond that, this is signifying that really what he wanted to make was a follow-up New Vegas video where he talked about this.
Which I mean, like, he was free to do that.
Yeah.
There's no, there's no rules against that.
I thought there weren't any English people left in England. That's what the internet told me.
We're used to in our lives. New Vegas isn't just a game with a story to tell you about a career. It's a game that wants to discuss topics of your social existence with you.
Oh my god, the very first phoneme of what he's gonna say has already like struck fear into my heart.
Oh yeah, I know.
It wants to discuss topics of your social existence with you. Dude, this sounds like a Synthetic Man video already. I know we were drawing parallels with SuperRAD and Synthetic Man, but like this is literally the Synthetic Man line of like, you might not care about woke, but woke cares about you. New Vegas wants to talk about capitalism with you. And it's like, no, it doesn't.
I want to talk to you about your extended warranty.
New Vegas is a game that lets you like get a shotgun and go shoot raiders. And then like maybe if you want to engage with some deeper plot points, but again, like it's just below surface level type depth.
No, the games that want to talk to you, or well, really at you, are games like Mixtape and Life is Strange and The Last of Us.
You see, he doesn't know game because he's already out of woke games to refer to. I hate when I forget to take my antipsychotics and the game starts talking to me again. Is the leftist Synthetic Man organic man? Honestly, hang on. What's with the transhumanism, Synthetic Man? Games that want to talk at you is Veilguard, cringe shit. Yeah, it's being sat down at a table and having someone say, "So, I'm non-binary." So yeah, let's just rip the band-aid off and hear what he has to say about capitalism in this next sentence.
Countless games are...
Oh, it's not. He hit that C so hard, I was like ready for the capitalism. Okay. Fair enough.
A game with a story to tell you about a career. It's a game that wants to discuss topics of your social existence with you. Countless games are like this, and there's a large percentage of their audience that seems to miss this.
Yeah, but there's also a large percentage of the Metal Gear Solid audience that's there to like ship yaoi between like Solid Snake and Revolver Ocelot.
I mean, valid.
But see, that's actually anti-capitalism class action too. Metal Gear was about how much Kojima loves movies. I know, it's like, let's watch some Metal Gear Solid 2 for the one scene that's notable about that game where it's like, in the future, the online ecosystem will be nothing but drivel. And it's like, wow, thank you, Kojima, for your incredibly prescient observations about reality.
Is being an primalist, what is it?
Anarcho-primitivist.
Anarcho-primitivist. Is that incompatible with being an LGBTQ ally?
Listen, you just have to be straight for long enough to reproduce for the tribe. I thought we talked about this last stream.
Oh yeah, I think we did.
Is Pat coming out as non-binary going to be a problem for our marriage? Quit asking. Everybody has started treating private sessions like he's the old man that they need to throw internet lingo at because he won't get it.
I'll get some of it.
There are times where you will witness an individual state that they don't like politics in their games. They believe the concept of political themes and critique within a game will ruin the experience.
This is true, but also like this is almost bordering on like not everybody that disagrees with you belongs to a monolith of opinions.
Yeah.
The people who are like just playing video games so that they can play the Hello Kitty game, Hello Kitty Adventure Island, and like go around and like collect mushrooms. The people who are playing that game, they're not there for the politics. But it's like equally true that like somebody might be complaining like I don't play Dragon Age for the politics because they got Veilguard.
Yes.
It's very funny to say Metal Gear is too smart for someone. I would say that Metal Gear is, in terms of intelligence, like barely above Fallout. I'm thinking of like, hang on, I'm thinking of like the best of Fallout with like the average of Metal Gear, not like the 10 penny tower quest with whatever profound shit you love about Metal Gear.
Okay.
But it is funny that he's bringing up Metal Gear because it's very commonly used in the example of there's no difference between like Metal Gear politics, BioShock Infinite politics, and like Family Guy.
What?
That is a very common old meme of like, if you don't want politics in your game, you can't tell the difference between like what Metal Gear is saying versus what BioShock is saying, and then what like Family Guy is saying.
Okay.
Then you check their Twitter timeline and you find out that Metal Gear Solid is their favorite series ever created.
Hey, said it.
These aren't... Yeah, but that's not mutually incompatible, again.
I play Metal Gear Solid in Japanese with no subtitles, so I don't know
what the fuck is going on. And
skip all the cutscenes, and then, you know, I just go around and I just shoot people. I don't want politics in my games. I don't want bad politics in my games. How about that?
Well,
I don't want it to be done poorly.
Yeah, it's like you have to engage with Fallout capitalism, or you're a fraud for liking the throwing magazines at guards' heads in Metal Gear Solid 5. It's like, no, I'm not. And I'll acknowledge that, like, Metal Gear Solid is fun to look at from a political perspective, but you do have to remember, it is still a game at the end of the day. And it's, like, a reference to some, like, shitty action movies that Kojima liked.
Yeah.
Again, it's like, Kojima's strength was that, like Emil, he was just into stuff that was cool.
Uh-huh. And he had a interesting interpretation of those things and how he translated them into video games.
Yeah.
That really, again, it's like Fallout. It's a large part of understanding Metal Gear and Kojima's stuff is just understanding, just knowing the things that he's referencing.
Yeah. You say you hate Fallout politics, yet you participate in it. Curious. Well, I don't hate Fallout politics. I hate the insertion of political themes that weren't there. I think Fallout 76 might be the closest a Fallout game has ever come to being anti-capitalist. And even then, that was just like, that was the whole like automation plotline. And like, that's not even really like anti-capitalism.
And it completely 180s when it's just like, oh, we're gonna rebuild the gold standard.
Yeah. Base those
rebuild trade.
Vaccines can be used by the government to control the population. And say thank you, Fallout 76. And it's like federal agents are conspiring to honeypot conservative American patriots. And they're all glowing in the dead. And it's like, thank you, Fallout 76. Women are irrational and hot-headed, and the men are reasonable to talk. Okay. I get your politics, Fallout 76. You're very based.
the masks don't offer any sort of protection.
Yeah.
Any sort of environmental protection.
Yeah, you can still get the radiation sickness even though you're wearing the mask. The guy that self-quarantines so he doesn't, because he's sick, ends up killing himself after 2 weeks.
Man, we gotta play more Fallout's, like the new Fallout 76 stuff, just to see if the trend did continue.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that's those like funny pseudo interpretations continued up until the end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's
They continued into Starfield with the whole like no sex before marriage and the main quest being about finding God and every quest line about working for law enforcement.
Yeah.
I find that there's a lack of media comprehension within a large portion of the audiences that consume it. This
Oh my
boy.
God. You're not interpreting Fallout correctly if you don't see these themes that I've invented for it. At least he said comprehension and not literacy. You see, you weren't illiterate. You just didn't comprehend it was happening. It's there, you just can't see it.
Yeah. Fair. I put my blinders on.
This is not to say that those audiences are stupid. I'm not saying that, but
Oh.
rather that they've made a choice, intentioned or otherwise. Those individuals
No, I think that's worse. They're not stupid. They're consciously ignoring it. Isn't that worse? That sounds like he's saying that they're like that they're evil or like at least pliant.
I would have to hear what he says next.
We don't have enough information.
I'm just pleased that he did like point out like what you just pointed out, that he's not saying that it's a literacy issue, that it was a comprehension issue.
Well, that's why I was pointing that out because he said the word comprehension.
Yeah. And it's like,
But no,
he was
that's not true.
intentional with his word choice.
No,
there.
it's contradictory because comprehension is it exists and you don't acknowledge it because you don't even perceive it's there. Whereas like he is then claiming that people aren't stupid, they know it's there, they just don't want to engage with it. That's not comprehension. That's not a comprehension issue. It's not even a literacy issue. It's like a refusal to engage.
Yeah. Well, let's let it play out.
have already decided on their stance regarding certain topics, and when the game they enjoy presents critiques on those topics, they are reasoned away by the consumer.
I mean...
Or you're just hallucinating a theme into the game.
Yeah. Especially when the writers come out and say, like, no, that wasn't our intention.
At the very least,
I feel like
that happened
case
after.
Closed. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this isn't... They said that and he's denying reality. He's inserting this anti-capitalist theme into it, and then the writers said, no, that's not the case. The question is, does he know the difference? To which part? The difference between, like, comprehension... I think there's a degree of sneakiness to it. Where it's like, there's anti-capitalist themes, but they're esoteric. And you can't even perceive them because you're mentally, consciously, evilly deciding to maintain the status quo.
I try not to...
Does he know that...
I try not to, like, insert that when people are talking around a topic like this.
Right. Does he know the difference between comprehension and literacy? I feel like this should be the right time period for him to be saying the words media literacy, if that's what he's implying. I think that by saying comprehension, he's implying that there is an element of like esotericness to it. Like, you didn't see it because you didn't comprehend it. You're biased against perceiving what is truly there. Which is like, if that's not a sign that someone's trying to sell you something, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Emotional intelligence of media literacy. That is a great combination of words. You're not emotionally intelligent enough to even try to be media literate. We really need to bring back the it's not that deep stance to a lot of this. I don't know if I agree with that so much as anti-capitalist themes are at the level of depth that Fallout is. It's just there's no overlap here.
Yeah. It's just like that wasn't what Fallout New Vegas was about.
Yeah.
Just full stop.
Fallout New Vegas is really barely even about greed.
Again, it's like the Outer Worlds 2, right? I understand why people say the Outer Worlds 2 is
anti-cap or communist.
Communist, like anti-capitalist, all that stuff. But it's like, because it's talking about the topics that a lot of that crowd will discuss and everything like that. Like, I understand why you would come to that conclusion, but at the end of the day, it just straight up is not. And that's, again, where the comprehension sort of thing has to come into play. Like, you have to analyze it and be like, no, that's not what they're saying here.
I think that there is a superficial critique angle where, the rumor about SuperRAD for a long time was that he was a communist, and it's like, well, it seems more complicated in what he believes based on what he says. That, like, you're inserting that it's communism because you don't really even want to entertain Marxist theory to the degree that you don't understand the delineations between these groups of people.
Mm-hmm.
New Vegas was about gambling, quote, based, unquote. Yeah.
Yes. I love blackjack.
Chad Auteur, Outer Worlds, cringe, sellout, Fallout New Vegas. Exactly. Which one was a new IP and which one was a corporate property?
I have many comments on the New Vegas video asking why I would even bring...
He just said it. He just fucking said it.
Yeah. That's what this video is about. Time to fight the comments section.
I hope you guys weren't looking forward to Fallout 3 because I'm pretty sure this is mostly about New Vegas.
I kind of was looking forward to Fallout 3.
Can you comment on the Pol Pot equals house theory? I mean, that just sounds like the generic, he's a dictator. So he's got to be like every other dictator, but I don't think that, like, was Pol Pot the Khmer Rouge? I know he was the Killing Fields.
Yeah.
I don't think that House is doing enough genocide for that. I'm not sure he's doing any genocide.
No,
I don't think gentrifying
the genocide than him.
I don't think he's gentrifying. I don't think gentrification is equivalent to genocide. Me personally. Yeah, I mean, wasn't Pol Pot like top 10 crazy ass dictators?
Yeah.
Pol Pot executed people for wearing glasses. I heard that about another guy. There was another African dictator that killed people for wearing glasses because he had a complex about, like, hating people who were more intelligent than him.
Yeah.
Except the Brotherhood. So true. And based. Yeah, okay, so you know what? He's getting one genocide off his chest, even though it's really like it's the Brotherhood. Do we count that?
Bring capitalism into the equation when discussing a reasoned away by the consumer. I have many comments on the New Vegas video asking why I would even bring capitalism into the equation when discussing the game.
I think it's a very valid question. Even in the with the benefit of hindsight, if we ignore the different Fallout writers coming out and saying that that's, completely off base, I don't think that you made a very good case for why those themes were relevant in the first place.
But the simple fact is that the game itself touches on these topics within the text. Capitalism is a huge discussion point within New Vegas.
Where?
Yeah.
Where is the
Please.
character saying, where is the scene
Please
of Caesar
give me the
saying it was
quote.
the confines of capitalism that, you know?
It's like I feel I have more examples of them discussing different like systems of governance.
yeah.
Is he conflating capitalism with democracy now?
I think, no, what I think it is there's an element of, if you have a story that's like critical of the way things are, people will take it to the logical conclusion that it is inherently a critique of the underlying system upon it. So like, if you have a game that's like a restaurant sim, that's like, man, owning a restaurant is hard. It costs a lot of money. It's difficult to do, what have you. And then it's like, well, you live within the capitalist system. So Restaurant Mama is a critique of the capitalist system. And it's like, that's not really necessarily true. Like, so like, Hard Space Shipbreaker, I think, is very commonly cited as like an anti-capitalist game, and it's like, no, the main voice of is critiquing the corporation is someone who wants to run her own business. So I don't think that game is critical of capitalism at all. It's just woke and gay.
Critical of the bosses.
Yeah, it's critical of like the concept of the mega corporation, and it's like, yeah, of course you should be critical of that. We've yet to see a mega corporation that like justified its own existence.
Also because like mega corporations tend to be anti-capitalist.
Yeah, I mean, like, once you reach a level of near monopoly, the idea of competition and free market becomes antithetical to what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
That's why, like,
capitalism enables it. It creates a system where people can create monopolies and things like that.
How are you 2 minutes into the video? Well, we did start late, but I think what it is he saw that like the old world of Fallout gets critiqued in a lot, and it is like, so what is the old world of Fallout? It's the 1960s. I mean, it's not, but it's the 1960s projected onto 2077 America. So it's like, so if that's capitalist and that ruined the world, then the game has to be inherently anti-capitalist. And it's like,
yeah,
I honestly think that like, I wish they would make Fallout 5 and set it in China and just put like 2 bullets in the back of the head of this narrative, of this idea, because like, I feel like a Fallout 5 that was like equally critical of China and its contribution to how the world ended up being ruined would be like, it's just over at that point.
Yeah. Man, I'm sure they'll still find a way, but it would be, the mental gymnastics would be entertaining.
Yeah. Well, listen, it was Microsoft who forced them to add a communist critique to the game. U.S. does not describe it. U.S. is not a capitalist country. It describes itself as a mixed economy. Yeah, there was somebody last stream that was very insistent on repeating the notion that capitalism is not a term that someone describes themselves as. Rather, it's a term that you use in critique of someone. It's kind of like trickle down economics in that sense, where it's like the people who advocate for that don't say those words directly.
Yeah. Because it's a kind of a loaded term these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, like somebody wouldn't describe themselves as a capitalist these days. You know, they used to way back in the day, but then they started calling themselves industrialists, and now they're just like, I mean, even CEO is going out at this point.
If a Fallout game took place in China or Russia, those games would be critical of communism, if that makes sense. It's sort of like, I think that would be the most interesting thing that like an Obsidian Fallout could do, is like, just show us the other side at this point. Because it would be so fascinating. I love videos. There's a guy that's been like cycling through like rural China, and he knows how to speak Mandarin, so he can like communicate with the different people that he meets. And it's just like, it's interesting getting a window into like a very average Chinese person, because of course the propaganda that China puts out is always like upper middle class, like Beijing citizens. That's the ideal of China. But like, I think that countries should be judged by like the quality of life that like backcountry people are experiencing.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think
what's that saying? It's like the best way to judge society is how they treat the lowest in their
Yeah.
within their society or something like that.
Well, I think it's a point of pride in America that like our rural backcountry has had such a massive progression in like 40 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about like massive swaths of the United States didn't have running water and electricity
Yeah.
until like very
I mean,
recently.
dude, fuck. Like, even within my lifetime, rural America used to be like, oh, they have dog shit internet. Like, most of America has dog shit internet. And now,
Yeah.
like, most of the US is, like, blanketed with 5G and, like, act like genuinely good internet most places. That was just, like, within the last 15 years or so.
Yeah. So, I'm very excited where this Outer Worlds point is going to go, though.
You can see how important it was to the developers to discuss and critique when looking at how they presented the same topics in the Outer Worlds.
The thing is, the Outer Worlds, it's more fair to come to a conclusion that that's what that's about. And I still don't even, like...
I still don't think it is.
It's deeper than that.
Which is funny to say about the Outer Worlds.
Yeah. The Outer Worlds, which is still like baby mode writing, is like, it is a world in which the horseshoe theory is true, and it's all just like wrapped around itself in really fucked up ways, where it's like, what if the corporations all got together and formed a central authority that was just the corporations, and then they put one guy in charge of all that, and everything in the economy was dictated by the central, and it's like, wait a second, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, guys?
It is, I mean, like, the premise is interesting. It's just, everything else that is not.
It's so, the premise is so let down by the writing.
Yeah.
How do you tabulate that when tabulating how well off rural America is? Well, you just go out into the world and experience it. You don't just base it off like, there's a guy's house that blew up in Florida. Again, it's just like, you need to, I think what it is I have a unique perspective because I have family members, like direct family members who grew up with outhouses.
Yeah.
And no running water.
I think one of the most interesting...
that's just unheard of now in that county.
One of the most interesting statistics I heard about rural America, really more about the agricultural sector, is that the United States farms like the most amount of acreage out of like any other developed nation. And not only that, we're also like the most mechanized, like the most automated. So like per person, we are like by far the most efficient in terms of like just pure output.
Yeah, there's always a point in any like story of a like third world dictatorship where they eventually have to import food from the United States.
Basically what I'm saying is buy John Deere.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a New Holland guy, but still.
New Vegas style game also developed by Obsidian. The Outer Worlds is heavy-handed in not just its critique of
it's heavy-handed, but in a very different way. I think the metaphor I gave was it has the heavy hands of a fucking silverback gorilla.
Silverback gorilla, yeah. It is not subtle when it comes to what it wants to talk about.
Capitalism, but it's detest of the concept. It's not just...
Yeah, no, it's not detest of the concept. I think you don't understand what Outer Worlds is about. Which is kind of in line with, like...
Fell for it.
Well, it's like, it's in line with what he said with, like, people have biases and they don't want to see it. And I'm like, I think you have a bias and you're seeing too into it.
Well, you know, pot calling the kettle black there. Like, you need to be one to know one.
I'm fascinated with what he said in his Outer Worlds video, but not enough to ever stream it. But it's just like, I gotta know how he handles the topics of, like, the revolutionaries in that game.
just the people that are the villains, but the entire economic system that has taken control of every living being in the game. It's a comical display because of how on the nose it is in comparison to New Vegas, to the point that while The Outer Worlds makes its stance incredibly clear, New Vegas still managed to do it better.
No, because New Vegas isn't doing what you're saying it's doing.
Yeah.
It's so weird that everybody but me has biases. So true. Yeah, exactly. I try to acknowledge my biases when I engage with this stuff, but there's just no way to look at The Outer Worlds and be like, oh yeah, that's just a more exaggerated form of what's going on in New Vegas. They're completely different conflicts.
Yeah.
Just by nature of the settings.
The only like parallels were really just like in terms of how the games were structured, and like that's about where the beginning and like the similarities begin and end. It's just like there are factions and there's faction affinity. It's like all mechanical really, but in terms of like the discussions and the themes and messages and everything like that, they're two completely different beasts.
Yeah, SuperRAD thinks everything is about his personal politics. Yeah, it's so weird because I remember when guys like SuperRAD would be upset at like Mahler for insisting that there was like objective flaws with stuff, and then shortly after they came up with this framework of like, you need to subscribe to our way of objectively looking at the meaning of media. Where do you think SuperRAD stands with the Skyrim Civil War? Dude, I think the Skyrim Civil War is the only reason he hasn't made a Skyrim video.
Yeah. We've been saying this forever now.
He's still trying to reconcile it because it's like, well, imperialism is bad. You know, they sure
there's
seem,
no
the Empire
way.
seems a little capitalistic. They have the currency and all that. And then the
no
East
way
Empire Company.
He's gone this long without hitting like the golden goose.
Yeah.
Like there's no way.
Yeah, and then so it's like I can't be pro-Empire. Plus they're the main opposition to the Nazis in the setting. But if I can't be pro-Stormcloak either because they are like a pro-nationalist like ethnic state group for what I believe are like stand-ins for white people.
I mean, the obvious solution then is that he has to install a mod that lets him do a third-party pick.
It's like a helping the Forsworn take over the entirety of Skyrim.
Yeah.
I feel like that's him cheaping out because I think he's been critical of my Skyrim video and taking a like third-party stance. Because everybody thinks I'm pro Stormcloak, and I'm like, no, I'm pro Stormcloak Alliance with a standalone Morrowind.
Yeah. I'm pro Dragonborn takes over and slaughters everybody.
I have to assume that he would ultimately end up being pro-Empire. He would probably like, I'm not pro-Empire, I'm just pro-Mede Dynasty. Like, he would try to avoid saying the word imperialism as much as possible. But it's more of like there's no way he can be pro-Stormcloak.
Well, no. I'm pro Empire now that it's no longer an empire. Like
now that they're no longer well, the problem is he's globalist too. So it's like wouldn't the Septim Empire that had like a global control of the continent, wouldn't that have been like the ideal outcome for the whole like global workers revolution thing? Listen, I'm pro reclaim. I'm pro just me, my boys, our boars riding out and pillaging with spears.
Yeah, there you go.
He sides with the Forsworn.
We all need to return to the ether, to back into mana.
Reachmen are native to the Reach, not the rest of Skyrim, but the Reachmen are a position you can take where you can be anti-Stormcloak because they're Stormcloak victims without necessarily being pro-imperialism.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be like a third campus thing.
A more nuanced
I'm pro Wolf Queen.
I'm pro Wolf Queen. I'm pro whichever antagonist is destroying Skyrim this week. That's got to be the way to handle it. It would be would be fascinating.
I'm pro Alduin. He's trying to return Tamriel to its natural state.
Counterpoint: the Reach are shithead raiders. Exactly. That's why he'd be pro Reach. He is generally speaking a pro raider person. Listen, the Reachmen aren't raiders. They're socioeconomically disadvantaged.
There you go.
By the Silverblood family.
In comparison to New Vegas, to the point that while The Outer Worlds makes its stance incredibly clear, New Vegas still managed to do it better, in a more nuanced and not so obvious capacity. If you listen to the dialogue in New Vegas, if you look at what the developers and writers created after the fact, you'll be hard-pressed to argue that the game doesn't have critiques of capitalism.
No, it's pretty easy. You didn't make a good case in the New Vegas video for why New Vegas should be considered anti-capitalist in the first place.
Yeah. Please put the quotes up on screen. Please let them play out.
It's not even quotes. He said what the writers created after, so New Vegas is anti-capitalist because the Outer Worlds exists.
Yeah, that's
that itself is a faulty assertion to make because the Outer Worlds isn't even what he said it is.
Yeah. And even if it's like, yeah, but it's a new game and a new IP like this, you need more to support it than just its existence.
Yeah. Well, it's just I don't think he quite gets that you can be anti-corporation but pro-capitalism.
Yeah. I guess he's never heard of small business owners.
Well, small business owners are the devil. Fascinating logic on his part. I get it if you're making the case that, like, Tim Kaine went to Troika Games, and Troika Games weren't exactly subtle with their imagery. And it's like, if you want to make that case, sure. But Tim Kaine has also said that, like, no, it wasn't anti-capitalist.
Yeah.
So, it's just one of those things where it's like, there's more nuance in life in general than what he thinks. Corporations are legal fiction enforced by the government. See, I've heard people say that, and then I've heard people say the counterpoint that the government itself is a corporation.
The government is a legal fiction.
So it's just like, that's why I think the Outer Worlds is the way it is. It's just challenging the assertion of, like, we're going to run a system without a central government, and then that system just reinvents the concept of having a central government, and it ends up being like super despotic and doing all. That's why I call it a backdoor communism.
Yeah.
Where it's like, instead of communism via workers' revolution, and by communism I mean like Stalinism. If you want to be super giga autistic of like, socialism's never been tried. Like, communism as it always ends up in the real world, guys. If we need a special term for that, I will use whatever special made-up term for fake communism, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about. 1960s to 1980s USSR.
I always just say, that power likes to accumulate power. It likes to consolidate itself. Consolidation is, and that's pretty much it. Like, in capitalist societies and stuff, corporations and stuff will consolidate until they form a monopoly.
That's what made George Washington like the most impressive person to ever live, was that he had the opportunity in his hand to just be the new king, and he gave it away.
Yeah.
And like, people at the time acknowledged, like, this is going to be one of the defining events of liberal government in the 18th century, is whether this happens or not.
Yep.
Those are the themes of the game.
My boy Diocletian, and back in the Roman eras.
I think of Cincinnatus.
I think was he the first one to do it?
I don't know which one was first. Chat, who was first, Diocletian or Cincinnatus?
But I always liked Diocletian because he then become a cabbage farmer.
Well, Cincinnatus is the same thing. He was a retired soldier, took over as emperor, and then retired to go back to farming. And it's like, yeah. That was who Washington modeled it after, was like the emperor who cedes power.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to discuss them. That's why I discussed them in the KOTOR video, and why I'll discuss them in the future as they get brought up in the media I'm covering. To discuss the injustices of capitalism in New Vegas has led to individuals who enjoy the game referring to me as a communist.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Turns out you're not a
Yeah.
communist. You're something way worse.
Yeah, you're worst. My comments led people to incorrectly call me a communist. But I can't fault anybody. I cannot fault anybody for coming to that conclusion based on what was being said.
Again, it's like I can't fault people for thinking The Outer Worlds 2 is anti-capitalist. It's not, but I understand.
Diocletian is the Empire era. Cincinnatus is the Republican era. That's why I think Cincinnatus is the more common example, because he gave the power back to the Republic.
Yeah, yeah.
You can hear him smile when he says communist, lol. Well, I mean, he probably finds it funny, because I would find it funny. Like, they don't even know that I'm actually... Progress is to be blamed.
If I had my way, we'd all be back in the fucking caves.
Get back in the caves, worker!
Caves?
So...
If I had my way, we would all be reduced to
atoms.
back to the atomic state.
we would all be killed, and there would be a single human left, and that single human, Darkside Phil.
As a means of dismissing both my opinions on the subject and my interpretation of the developer's work.
I think it's more than fair to dismiss your opinions and just call you a commie, because that's a lot simpler than actually diving into like the weirdness that surrounded kind of what you had to say. Because I think, again, it was just poorly argued. And this should just be a New Vegas follow-up video, because we're 3 minutes in and we still haven't really talked about Fallout 3. We're talking about, guys, the people on the internet made fun of me for
I think we're
injecting
3.5 minutes in, and he still hasn't even said Fallout 3.
I think he said it once. Chat. No, I'm not gonna leave it up to chat.
Gotta control F the transcript.
Yeah, we're gonna look at. I swear he has said it once, but the vast majority of this time so far has been spent fighting about. Well, it's not in the first sentence, and I guess you did point that out. Also, have you loved that if you use the search transcript tool in the transcript tool, it freezes the game? Dude, no, this can't be true. There's no way this is true. Okay, so the search function's a little messed up, but I think the first time he mentions the name Fallout 3, maybe it's like looking for, because I did Fallout space and then the number 3. I didn't type out 3. Yeah. No, the transcript is not doing Fallout word 3, so it's number 3. The first time I'm seeing it show up is 7 minutes in.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I have to point out that the
You said you installed Linux. Yes, that's a Windows 10 notification sound. Curious. You know, it would be funny to install Windows notification sounds, but no, I have 2 computers. The Pleb TV streams that I do on Fridays are downstairs, and I use a Linux laptop for that. But this is still the old PC that I use, which is Windows. No, we haven't gotten to Israel yet.
actions they are displaying are that of the
I don't think that timeline matches up either. This is a year before.
Yeah.
people the game is critiquing. There's a sentient book shoot in Old World Blues that hates communism so much and loves capitalism so much that it won't hear any different.
Okay. And that's your evidence. What's weird is when we went over
one joke.
When we went over all of this stuff, which included a part on the Old World Blues, you didn't cite this as an example. You just this joke character. Like, why does he lie? Yeah, it's just frustrating because it's like this joke character that's like over the top pre-war machine that's obsessed with destroying anti-communist rhetoric. Yeah, there we go. That's the critique.
I'm sorry, but we're gonna need a character that's a bit more.
We're gonna need a character that actually thinks about what it has to say and doesn't just regurgitate programmed lines. This isn't a sentient being that like comes to a philosophical conclusion. It's a piece of like propaganda. This is like arguing a game is anti-capitalist because there's like a anti-communist poster on a wall somewhere.
Yeah, but I mean, the artist had to make that.
It's like using Mr. Gutsy as an argument. No, I know where this goes. It's like Liberty Prime. That's why Fallout 3 is anti-capitalist, because there's a joke character that says some funny lines. You get the guys. You get the joke with Liberty Prime, right? The giant commie stomping robot is used against the remnant of the United States government. Is there any video game that you think is anti-capitalist? Yes, Subnautica 2.
Oh.
That's like in a tranche of games, because I know Planet Crafter is kind of like that too. Of like, there's an evil corporation, and you're like serving your sentence as a prisoner, and they're like kind of just expendably sending prisoners down to their death. But it's like,
yeah,
even then it's not true. It's like, I hear Disco Elysium a lot, and I don't think that's true either, based on like the actual people I've heard talk about Disco Elysium. Brink, LOL. I don't even think Brink is true. Like, legitimately, I think capitalism is hard to critique by a video game just because like the concept of a currency system is deeply ingrained into it to begin with. Disco Elysium is a critique on masculinity. I think Disco Elysium is just an RPG where you play like a drunk.
Disco Elysium is a critique on 18th century
I actually wanted to stream
Parisian art.
I want to stream Disco Elysium at some point just because I love challenging the assessments a lot of people have that X or Y thing is anti-capitalist, because every time I look, it's not.
It's not. I know.
People will say like hardships, a hard space shipbreaker. The only reason you guys didn't give that as an answer, that's a very common like supposed critique. The only reason you guys didn't give it as an answer is because I made fun of it earlier. Is Lolita a critique of masculinity? I've never read Lolita. I wouldn't know what it is a critique of. Syndicate Wars is probably legit anti-capitalist. Maybe, but I think it's anti-capitalist in the sense of like this is where capitalism would go. So I'll accept that as an answer. If the position is this is where this leads, then maybe. So I guess by that metric, like Brink, I guess. And even then, I feel like Brink is a very superficial answer because Brink is kind of wearing that more as a skin than like as an actual critique of anything. Heart-shaped space shipbreaker is more pro-union. Yeah, and then you get into that complicated thing of is being pro-union in a video game pro-communism? How long until we get to Fallout 3? 3.5 minutes? Is Halo Wars anti-capitalist? Guys, is Halo anti-cap... That sounds like a 343 thing. Like, actually, Halo is a critique of the military state and fascism. It's like, oh god.
It is so true.
So true. That's why we need to support the Covenant.
What'd they mean when they made Cortana go crazy and...
That women are irrational and they can't be trusted to be AI. You know, the other notable woman in the Halo franchise kidnapped children and made them child soldiers. So really, I mean...
Yeah. and then what they mean by having Lieutenant Williams.
Hang on, I'm gonna forward you something. And I'll show the chat as well. Wait. I don't think OBS can load a WebP.
Oh.
This was the fellow we reacted to on Friday? And it was on the thing of, so in the CMake, the women on the bridge take multiple headshots to kill, but the men die in one headshot. And then the guy who we reacted to with the Tenpenny Tower is morally impossible, that guy.
Yeah.
This is his response. I just don't understand why you care so much about wanting to kill women, you know? And it's like, well, Chud, there was this thing called the 19th Amendment. You see, Chud, in our society, women are equal with men, which means that if a man is killable, then a woman should be killable as well.
That is weird, though.
Helldivers 2 is anti-capitalist. No, Helldivers, that universe, that's another, like, wears a capitalist skin suit to, like, trick its citizens into thinking they have autonomy. But, like, it's actually just, like, a brutalist regime that's, like, sending people to their death. Is something being anti-corporation inherently anti-capitalist by extension? I think it's a squares and rectangles thing. Something that's anti-corporation can be anti-capitalist, but not everything that's anti-corporation is anti-capitalist. If that makes sense. Because some people are just like, we need to go back to like the 19th century type of capitalism, where it's just like, we need to go back to family farms and small businesses and like local industry. And then you have other people who are like, no, we need to go back to
mercantilism days. You know, I want to live out my days as a Venetian trader.
Yeah, so it's just there's nuance to it, and that's why the only really relevant part, because I think it's autistic and gay to get into the weeds of like corporatism versus capitalism. The only nuanced part of it is just when you assume that like the Outer Worlds is X, so therefore Animal Crossing is extremely pro-capitalist and Tom Nook is a saint. That's what I'm saying about video games. Most of them are pro-capitalism just because they have like currency, and the player ends up being like part of the upper class.
Yeah.
It's also Nietzschean.
I think I can find way more examples of games being pro-small business than I can about games being anti-capitalist.
Yeah. Well, it's just, I feel like there's not that many game devs who lack the self-awareness to realize where they are in society and still be, like, anti-capital. You know?
I mean, yeah, it's why the Outer Worlds 2, they had to point that out, that they're like, you know, it's funny that we're making a game about evil mega corporations while we're owned by Microsoft. It's like, yeah, that is.
Look, guys, we're self-aware. Please buy our game. Please, for the love of God, break the 30,000 player curse.
There's comedic propaganda in every Fallout game designed to show how the American government attempted to manipulate their populace by vilifying both communism and the Chinese.
And?
I mean,
is that a critique, or is that just a statement of this happened in their universe? You know? And then you get stuck in the weeds of like, was it a joke? Because I feel like with a lot of this stuff, it's just a wink and a nod. Fallout is just wearing 60s skin suit aesthetics, and it's like, if you're referencing the 60s, like, you inevitably got to reference, like, Red Scare stuff.
Yeah.
You're not one of the commies, are you, pal? If you play as a necromancer in any game, are you pro-slavery? Pat, let him finish. Listen. Stop reading the subtitle and cheating.
These aren't in the game just to offer a setting for your character. They are saying something about the use of propaganda and how it influences us, how we should...
I don't think it is.
It
No, because
definitely
if
is
that was the
not.
case, it would be set in the pre-war. It's just set dressing for like this is what the world was like before it destroyed itself. But then like
It'd be
if
like saying a game that has cars in it
is
is
anti
inherently anti-pedestrian and is trying to show that how the government is trying to convince people that cars are the best
Hey,
mode of transportation and
I
shit
saw
like
a
that.
character smoke in Fallout 3. Is that trying to get
Yeah.
people's is that making a statement about smoking?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
It's like
feel like
just
if
because your fucking pet cause is being shown on screen doesn't mean that they're trying to say something about it.
Fallout 3 is propaganda for Big Piss Filter, I
It's like
think.
assuming that every character that has like the same name as me is literally like a
Yeah.
shot at me.
I think if this was true, if we were presenting the case that like this vehement anti-communism, pro-capitalism thing that was going on in the U.S. is the cause of the war, and what ultimately led to the destruction, and that's the fundamental critique. Why wouldn't they have established that America was the one who was like responsible for the nukes at that point?
Yeah.
Why leave it up in the air at that point if it's being hard on that? No, it's human nature. They were fighting this war because of human nature, and it destroyed everything.
Oh,
And
but you see, Vault Tech were actually the ones.
so yeah, this corporation that was actually secretly run by the government, and the government was like secretly controlling elections, and it's like the more you describe the pre-war America, United States, the less capitalistic it sounds. It just
What are you
sounds
talking
it
about?
sounds
This
like a
is
despot state.
No. This is what capitalist states devolve into. It is the end. It's the end goal of all capitalists.
So, well, I
Systems.
mean, if that's fair game, why don't we do a whole the end point of communism is Stalin? Like,
No. That wasn't true communism.
I think he's fundamentally confusing greed for capitalism. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and I think we've kind of identified that repeatedly. Is that no, it's about human nature, and there's a greed element to that, and that's why it seems like it's anti-capitalism, but really it's just greed.
No. Again, I have to point out, greed didn't exist before capitalism. Once capitalism rewards greed. Ergo.
Wasn't Concord a shooter? I thought Concord was like a hero shooter.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, is there some new fighter that Sony is pulling a Concord with? You didn't specify what you were talking about. But yeah, Sony is as incompetent as Microsoft, and we just don't talk about them because they don't own Bethesda. I want to live in that timeline where Sony actually did buy Bethesda, because that almost happened.
Question the things we are used to or we used to believe. I didn't always question or
hold on. Wait. If Sony bought Bethesda, would we have Tez 6 right now?
Oh. Yes. Well, not necessarily. What if the fuck have Naughty Dog been up to? I think Wolverine is finally about to come out. Okay,
Yeah.
They were talking about Marvel Token. I don't know anything about that game. I'm guessing based on your description that they fucked it into the ground, which like, yep, that's Sony for you.
Yeah.
He's confusing the symptom with the cause. The pre-war propaganda isn't the singular thing that led to the war. It was resource scarcity, if I recall correctly. I think, and oftentimes the war propaganda is a response to the war, or like it starts popping up at the behest of politicians who are pro-war. So it's like, no, the war was going on for a while before the nukes flew. They conveniently went off right when China was about to definitively lose.
use of propaganda and how it influences us, how we should question the things we are used to or we used to believe. I didn't always question or critique the economic systems in place.
You were probably a happier person for that before you started watching Hassan.
And started seeing politics and everything.
Yeah. Dude, can we just hang out and talk about Fallout 3? You haven't even said the name yet. It feels disingenuous that I'm watching Fallout 3 trailers right now when we're still shadowboxing comments on his New Vegas video. So it's just
And worse yet still is that he hasn't even like put any of those comments down yet.
He's not going to. Not even to like censor their name out. I wasn't always depressed and seeing seeing is saying too much. Hallucinating anti-capitalist themes in the media I enjoyed as a kid. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, I kind of feel bad for him.
It's not a pleasant place to be in mentally. Because there's also like there's probably like a level of guilt to it as well, where it's like,
yeah,
oh my god, I was culpable, I was, you know,
oh yeah, for sure,
I've contributed to this system that's, you know, blah blah blah.
I'm forced to live in the system and contribute to it. That's how evil it is. There very much is like a new Christianity to it, of like secular Christianity of, you know, he has his original sin structure, which is like progress is evil. And then he has his like modern satanic influence on the world, which is capitalism. And he has his own like self-guilt, the idea of like, I am inherently sinful and I need to seek forgiveness from the entity that will forgive me, and that's trying to bring people to the light. Rad has white guilt. I mean, that's probably part of the complex, but it probably just is like, yeah, it's just someone who probably needed to go to church more because he didn't really have the free will to like come to his own determinations about the world. But it's like, no, you can directly parallel what he says with like Christian guilt tripping. Some people really just do need some structure, Lamau. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I hate to say it, but those pastors back in the 2010s who were arguing that like if atheism is just a road people are always going to have that kind of infill in their lives, those people, they're always going to come back eventually.
Yep. Or get hooked on drugs.
Just far gone. That's just human nature. Yeah. Which it's like, you got to ask, it's dangerous to replace the like existing systems of religion because, you know, there's a lack of awareness on what the danger factors are for that. And if you don't have like a system of like spiritual replacement, if you remove Christianity from your life, you're going to replace it with something else.
Yeah. Faith is a irreplaceable component of the human spirit.
Yeah, I mean,
if you don't have,
your brain has to reconcile some things that are too complex for it to understand on its own.
Well, it's also like, because like faith is like related to hope, right? So
Right.
if you don't have faith in something, that there is something that's going, some sort of system, something that is beyond you, how can you then have hope that, you know, things will be good?
Not to get all armchair psychology on him, but I think that there's just a sadness to this of like, this guy can't even really like enjoy stuff that's what people say about us, is that we have anhindandra, or whatever it's called, where you're incapable of having happiness. I think that he suffers in the same way.
Entirely not true in my case.
Yeah. It's just like I've been playing a lot of like Abiotic Factor lately, and that's a very enjoyable game. And it's like I don't need that game to match what I believe about the world. I just want it to be cool and enjoyable.
Yeah.
And Hindonic, yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe my personal enjoyment is a sign of my sin. Like, sometimes it's okay for me to be happy and enjoy something.
Sar, where do you live? Are you Venezuelan or Iranian or something? What's going on in your neighborhood that like... Because he's talking like I haven't been out of the house in 6 years because of the KGB, and I'm looking forward to getting new citizenship, and I'm just wondering, like, where are you from? What's going on where you live?
I had to build a skill set that would allow me to do so. I had to change my outlook to one more accepting of being wrong.
No, hang on. I don't believe for a second that SuperRAD has a bone in his body that can accept that he's wrong. Because he has these other systems of rationality where it's like he refuses to even engage with the notion of like what we've said about his videos or what his comments have said about his videos. So like...
No, okay. You don't... He had to admit that he was wrong back in the day, so that he can then be filled with the light of the truth. True truth.
He is a born-again Christian. Because we said that like iDubbbz was a born-again Christian, except just in the secular way, where it's like instead of like getting really into Jesus at the age of 37, he really got into like therapy.
Yeah.
If you're wrong, shouldn't you fix it? It's more like, I don't know. It's just getting sadder as each sentence goes, where it's like, I was wrong about when I engaged with Fallout for the first time. I'm like, weren't you 12?
Yeah.
When you were telling us last time about how you first engaged with Fallout 3 in New Vegas, weren't you like 12?
It's like you don't
have to beat yourself up for that, for like not understanding the themes of what was going on.
Listen, guy. We're all guilty of saying some sort of racial slur back in the day.
Really? Oh, are you telling him it's okay that he said it?
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We're all human. You don't have to beat yourself up over it forever.
Pat, what can you say you're wrong about nowadays? Well, I think it's unhealthy to like have a list off the top of your dome of like what you're wrong about. I was wrong about being able to drop Nernrut. I was wrong in how I said that word. There's one example, and I won't say it, but it's still a case where it's like I am actually like critically wrong about something and never corrected it on the record, but I'm not going to say what it is because it amuses me that the people who are wanting to call me out for everything wrong I've done still haven't like figured that actual thing out.
I see. You'll only admit you're wrong when you get called out on it.
What are you wrong about is a crazy question, to be honest. It is kind of a crazy question, and if you immediately have an answer for it, you were either thinking about it in the shower that morning, or like you're probably have an unhealthy obsession with like the mistakes you've made in the past.
Yeah.
Is it about Emil's sister? No. Why would I be wrong about that? Like, I'm going to be steadfast on that hill of, like, you shouldn't weaponize people's dead relatives.
Yeah. I think that's a safe hill to be standing on.
If a tree falls in the wrong spot in the forest, was it wrong? People think way too much about the inner lives of falling trees.
That's all I can think about when I'm out hiking and stuff. I just see all these trees down on the ground. I'm like, is anybody around?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do these trees keep falling? I did see one tree fall while I was walking, and it did make a sound.
Did you see stuff I was mentioning in the server about the current never knows best situation? I thought I wasn't it that he just hadn't uploaded in 8 months? You should react to what Old Knight said about you. I don't have to. I already have. You can't keep reheating the same old nachos over and over and expect me to waste my time responding to it again. Especially when he puts so little effort into making the videos in the first place. You have? Yeah, there was an entire EFAP episode about the central design document thing. That was the response. Never Knows Best got his ass blown out so hard he never responded to it.
Oh wow, yeah, he hasn't made anything in 8 months.
His last Patreon post was in last May where he said he was in the hospital for a collapsed lung. Nothing since.
Oh god.
I'm gonna mute the mic for a second. All right. Karmic justice comes to the people who wrong me.
I hope he's all right. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I hope he recovers at least.
I don't wish ill will on people for just making a bad video on the internet.
Well, it's not making a bad video. It's sharpening a poop knife, lying about me, and then like using the fact that he doesn't respond as like a way to perpetuate the lie. So it's like, it's easy for you. All he said about you was that you were just a podcast co-host.
True.
I had to build a skill set that would allow me to do so. I had to change my outlook to one more accepting of being wrong, of wanting to learn more about the systems that have been in place and why they have succeeded or failed.
Oh my god.
I don't believe for a second that you have this type of intellectual curiosity.
This is... Man. You want to talk about coded language? You're hitting all of the points right now that just really, really piss people off.
Oh yeah, I think it's when I muted myself. 1 second. There we go. That should be better. It's not a closeness to the mic. It's I have the volume set in a way where if I mute it and then come back, I can mute it like this. Yeah, so sorry, I dragged the volume slider down that messed up with the original volume settings. But it's not a proximity thing. There are dogs in Fallout 3. Does that mean Emil was trying to make a commentary about dogs? I think he was just referencing a boy and his dog.
Why communism is often vilified and what led to its failures. To question things doesn't make you a communist.
No, I think it was the Marxist philosophy that you were passing off. The whole you were happier as a hunter-gatherer. That's usually a prelude to someone justifying socialism. So like, I think that was probably the reason that you gave people the ick with what you were presenting. But also, like, yeah, there is an element of, like, it's very easy to say, oh, I'm an intellectually curious person. But then, like, if it's repeatedly proven over and over that, no, you're not, like, it's very disingenuous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please rewind that. I'm down to listen to it again. Because it's fascinating.
I had to change my outlook to one more accepting of being wrong, of wanting to learn more about the systems that have been in place and why they have succeeded or failed. Why communism is often vilified and what led to its failures. To question things doesn't make you a communist.
Yeah, I think what's throwing you guys for a loop is, if you didn't watch the first SuperRAD stream, we came to the conclusion that he's not a communist. What he is definitely a lot more complicated and weird. And so if you're thrown off by like he's saying he's not a communist, but he is, it's probably because you've come to like a surface level conclusion as to what SuperRAD is, without really digging into the weird kind of psychology that's like, oh no, it's something different.
I'm getting hung up on his whole like I had to change the way I think.
It's that there's a lot of red flags in what
that
he's
sounds
saying.
like somebody who is like has been brainwashed into a cult.
Yeah, it does sound cultish. Like
I had to change the way I think to be
People-
more accepting of that I was wrong. And it's like,
the thing is, I don't think he's anarcho-primitivist. I think that he is arguing along those lines, but the way that he conducts himself is completely different from what he argues in the videos. I don't think he stands against state power in the slightest. There was a post where he said something to the effect of like, as soon as they get rid of all the immigrants, Trump's just gonna throw, he was referring to me, in with the like Bolivian gulag. And I was like, so you're really not against it if you're saying stuff like that. You just don't like the direction that it's pointed in. But then there's the other stuff with like not being able to question intersectionality, not really understanding anything that I've ever said about that, and just concluding that that's like transphobic and bigoted, which is what he has said about me. Concluding that, again, none of this sells intellectual curiosity or I question why it's wrong or any of this. This all just sounds like you're regurgitating what someone else said to try to sound like you're open-minded, while you're probably deleting a bunch of comments of people calling you wrong. What if that really is SuperRAD's dogshit opinion, though? I don't know what his opinion is, because it's contradictory. On the one hand, you have the argument that, like, all sense of progress makes people miserable, we should return to monkey. And then on the other hand, you have, like, we should deploy state power against people that annoy me on the internet.
I think he hasn't fully thought out his opinions in what we have seen so far.
Yeah.
He hasn't actually taken them to their logical conclusions and been like, oh, is this actually a good idea? Is this something that I would actually want to support?
I think during...
Because like I just said, from the impression that he gave us in the last video, you know, it sounds like he would be anti-LGBT, and it's like that doesn't.
Yeah, like progress is the
doesn't track
obstacle to happiness, which is like progress and progressivism, as we said in the stream, are different concepts. So he's not saying progressivism is what's making people unhappy, but it sure as fuck that it sounds like what he's saying.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's very easy not to pay attention to him, and if you're not paying attention to him, how do you not come to the conclusion that that's what he's saying?
Yeah.
That's what
like,
I
no,
think.
We have to return back to the cave, and it's like, okay, but if we return to the cave, we can't have like homosexuality and stuff. Like everybody's got to be procreating.
No, we laid out how that would work. Okay, you just have to not be gay for like 1 month out of the year. Knock up the woman and then move on. And it's like, but he doesn't even want to believe that. So it's like, just at that point, like, ugh.
Yeah.
He's difficult to reconcile because I don't think he actually knows what he believes, and the concerning part is that he seems to think that he knows what he believes.
Yes. No, and again, this is like the most... These are the types of people that you want perpetuating an idea like this, because it's like they're just going to regurgitate what they've heard without actually thinking it through fully. And because of that, they have like an unwavering conviction to it, so they're able to say it with like extreme gusto.
Can you give it a quick explanation on intersectionality? Heard the term thrown around, but I don't know what it entails. Intersectionality is basically the marriage of multiple causes into one thing. So it's like, it started with like civil rights and feminism should work together, and then they rolled LGBT into that, and then they rolled like disabilities and atheism and anti-Islamophobic. So you have all of these different causes that are united under one banner, and it's like, well, if you are a feminist, then you have to support like Black Lives Matter. But what that resulted was that there was a lot of inherent internal contradictions between the different social movements. Like, how do you reconcile Islam, with feminism, with LGBT, with atheism. You can't reconcile that. So they came up with this concept called the progressive stack, where kind of the more of a minority that you are within the banner of intersectionalism, the more of an active voice you get to have in it, which is why there's a glorification of like black women, for example, in modern progressive circles. Is they are women and they're black, and maybe they're disabled or gay or what have you, and so they get a louder voice. And then on the flip side, you have the people at the top of the totem pole, which is where the whole like patriarchy and the anti-straight white man thing comes from, of kind of the lepers of the system. The problem with it fundamentally, okay, as dumb as all that sounds, the problem with it fundamentally is that it can be undermined by conservatives counter-signaling it very easily, because the inherent necessity of intersectionality is that if you believe one thing, they can attack you on something that you don't understand. So it's like you have these middle class liberal women, liberal white women in the middle class who live in the suburbs, who are being confronted about George Floyd, something that they don't know about, something that or trans rights or what have you. They're being confronted on an aspect of the intersectional cause that they're not familiar with, just so that they can be farmed for embarrassing clips. That was like Charlie Kirk's whole thing. Or like Ben Shapiro or like Steven Crowder, is like they go into these spaces, identify exactly what you're not going to know about, and confront you on that. And that's the problem with intersectionality. If you are a de-intersectionalist, you just break up it all back into individual causes, pick and choose what you want to advocate for, and then only speak on the things that you're knowledgeable about. And then it's like, when a conservative reactionary comes up to you, and they come up to an LGBT person, activist, for example, and they're like, oh yeah, well, what about Black Lives Matter? And it's like, well, why would you ask me about Black Lives Matter? I'm not a Black Lives Matter person. And it's like, that's how you shut that shit down. But de-intersectionalism is extremely unpopular. That's where stuff like TERF comes from, the whole trans exclusionary radical feminism, because the inherent assumption is the only reason you would want to break the progressive stack is because you must be bigoted against some other group in it. And yes, I am. It's against the Muslims, because I just don't think that they're compatible with a lot of what I personally am. So it's like, but no, in all reality, I'm not a de-intersectionalist because I hate trans people. I'm a de-intersectionalist because I see how you're literally just teeing yourself up to be golfed at by like a Ben Shapiro type. But yes, that's the whole intersectionality thing. Is all debate performative? Yes. Nobody's ever convinced by debate. People change their mind in small spades. That's why when somebody changes their mind radically, it's kind of concerning.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Fallout 3. No, we weren't. We were not talking about Fallout 3 anymore.
We still have another 3 minutes before Fallout 3 even
We
gets named.
Yeah, we still have a bit before we actually even say anything about Fallout 3.
I have to go to the bathroom real fast. So.
All right, I'm just going to continue, you know.
Once you're able to be presented with a piece of media and properly analyze what it has to say, then you'll be able to get more out of the overall product.
Another, you know what? He's missing out. We gotta let that one hit him because he'll get a kick out of it. When was this video made? This was December of 2022. Yeah, these videos are back from the peak woke era. It was indeed before the dimensional merge. Product is a capitalist term, chud. Ugh. What SuperRAD is essentially saying is you've got to improve your media literacy. Yeah, basically. I have an interpretation of this, and you didn't come to the same interpretation then that's just you failing to analyze media. It's very extremely hilariously ironic that SuperRAD is like there's an objective take, and if you don't agree, it's wrong. Woke 1 was crazy. I still think Woke 2 was worse. I don't even like the terminology. To me, it's just, there's woke, and then there's peak woke, which is like the tail end of it. And then before woke, before like 2018, that's when I would say about woke started, was social justice. I'm just repeating what AOC said. To me, it's all the same. To me, it's different. There is a different kind of philosophical underpinning to each of the individual movements. Woke was about, we can take over the corporations, in a sense. If we just get Nike to acknowledge Black Lives Matter, then the problem will be fixed. Then the police officers will stop randomly killing black people. So the social justice era was more about like purity signaling and like scalp hunting people who like didn't. What it was, and this happened a lot. Who did I hear about it happening recently? Oh, this was an extension of the whole like JonTron thing, the other side of it, the whole people that they were friends with, the Game Grumps, the Ding Dong and Julian thing of like, the whole world suddenly shifted left all of a sudden, and it was like the people who were left behind who didn't shift fast enough were like suddenly the pariahs, and people are still mad at those guys. That was the social justice era. I would have said social justice has gone corporate now. Yeah, of course. That's why that era ended. It's not an ongoing thing. That ended and was replaced by woke.
What have I missed?
I decided that you really can't miss this next line. It's a doozy for you.
Oh boy.
Thoughts on feral historians quote, woke is progressivism breaking apart under the weight of its own success. I wouldn't even argue it was success. What was meaningfully accomplished during peak woke? I would argue, if anything, a lot of progressive causes were set back at the tail end of peak woke, and we're still dealing with the consequences of it.
Yeah. Certainly, racial relations have been set back.
Yeah. Well, even like LGBT stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's people who are saying like, I don't want to be openly gay anymore, which like, how much of that is hysteria? You live in, if you're Ding Dong and Julian and you live in Los Angeles, I don't believe for a second that you're scared to leave the house. But it's like, yeah, if you live in the Midwest, I can probably see like why you might have reverted back to like not really wanting to be openly out anymore.
Yep.
But yeah, prepare yourself for this line.
All right.
Once you're able to be presented with a piece of media and properly analyze what it has to say, then you'll be able to get more out of the overall product.
It's not art, it's products, and you're just not properly able to analyze it, Chud. If you disagree with me, that's an analysis failure.
New Vegas isn't just a...
So we're beyond the comprehension thing now. Now it's just like, you just don't get it.
Yeah. Well, no, it really is just, there's an objective truth and you didn't agree with it.
Yeah.
Game about shooting people and taking back a dam. It's a socio-political critique. It's a critique on capitalism and on propaganda. On the...
No.
You're close, but you're not there.
Yeah. On the propaganda part, yeah, there's definitely more to be gleaned from there.
Pitfalls of the American government and the American way of life.
I'm skeptical. He could bring it up, but I'm skeptical. There's an element of truth to this, but I don't think that he's correct in how he's approaching it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not sure he can even parse game from 2010, so it's not about like the modern American government.
How the American...
I missed the bit in Fallout 3 on how corporations and investors were divvying up the water and restricting use for normal wastelanders. Yep, if you're watching this, you're probably wondering what the fuck any of this has to do with Fallout 3, because Fallout 3 certainly ain't this shit.
Attempt to vilify those who do not see eye to eye with their way of life, whether or
Wanting to avoid being teed at by Ben Shapiro is a dumb reason to intersectionalize. Well, then look forward to keep losing, because
Yeah,
that's
I mean
the way
that's
things are
really
going.
that's really how it goes. Like that's the whole political game now for the right, is attach the left to all sorts of really unpopular things that a lot of those politicians are not willing to denounce, because again, they're going to piss off a bunch of people who are very much against de-intersectionalizing. So
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it works so beautifully, because it's like you just take that point and you just find a point that they took against, or that de facto they have to take against, that's relevant to that location. So it's like, okay, you go to an area that has like a lot of crime, be like, oh, you said you supported, Hamas and stuff like that, so you must be about like defund the police.
Yeah.
And then it's just like it just works every time.
I mean, that's how Kamala Harris lost, is they literally just like,
Yeah.
they whittled her down by 1,000 cuts of like statements she had given in the past that she was no longer congruent with, because the 2020 was very different than 2024.
And if these candidates actually, were like standing by, like just platforming on things that they actually cared about, and that they were actually, they would just be like, I don't have an opinion on that.
Yeah.
But they can't even say that.
So it's like, at the end of the day, if you still believe in all of the intersectional causes, you can still believe in all that stuff. But you have to fundamentally acknowledge that
very unelectable.
Well, you have to fundamentally acknowledge that you cannot be a knowledgeable activist on all of those individual things. It's not possible for somebody to be deeply familiar with, civil rights, immigration, feminism, disabilities, LGBT, atheism, all of these things that the whole banner covers. It's not possible for you to be knowledgeable about that to such a degree that you're not inevitably going to make a fool of yourself. So if you just stick to what you know, you can be a better representation. And the reason I advocate for that is that that's why it worked. We have a proven example of like LGBT went from like the movement for pedophiles to like, no, this is just a normal thing. Like they just want to have the same rights to get married that the rest of us have. And then like you see with intersectionality, it's just gone back to, no, these guys are pedophiles. The weird thing about Kamala is, well, we don't want to get political, but the weird thing about her was just that they ran her at all. She was the least popular Dem primary candidate in 2020.
Name recognition.
No, it was... Oh, it's just so sad.
Actually, it probably was like a question of funding as well. It's like we can't take money that was being donated to Joe Biden and give it to, Gavin Newsom or something like that.
Who's the Wills fellow in chat? I do apologize to get political. Unfortunately, like that's what you got to do for the purpose of this. Is that we're not going to talk about Fallout, so
yeah, SuperRAD started it, so we gotta go down this road.
or not that even affects them, how the systems in place lead to the oppression of people within them, despite
Fallout 3.
it supposedly being the land of the free.
Fallout
These things
3.
are present in the game's text.
No, it's not. Fallout 3.
I didn't conjure them out of thin air.
Then you did a really bad job of demonstrating it in your New Vegas video.
These are things they want to discuss with you. They don't want to force their ideology on you, but they do want you to at least think about it. I'm bringing all this up because New Vegas is a game that has more to say on these topics than most. A large portion of the games you play today and the games you played in the past had something to say, often involving political themes. Games like Metal Gear and Fallout go a bit further.
You guys talking about Fallout 3 yet? Do not fucking blame us. It's not our fault that we're still over a minute away from even starting to talk about Fallout 3.
in these critiques and discussions by hyper-focusing on them and presenting a world to you that is meant to have you question the systems in place and
At this point, I'm just letting him yap.
Yeah.
and how they could do better. To critique capitalism doesn't mean to abolish capitalism.
Okay. Okay, hang on.
All right. Do we need to bring up the quotes of him saying we need to return to the cave?
Yeah, I don't think it lines up with a lot of what he said previously, but I don't think he said verbatim we need to abolish capitalism, but there's definitely a weirdness of how he approaches it where it's like he defines it as evil or he defines the alternative to it as good. So it's like at some level,
yeah,
you're correct in the objective statement. To critique something is not to suggest abolishing it, but I don't believe that you're necessarily just a critique it guy.
yeah. Unless you're cool with having the most evil character in the game, Mr. House, representing capitalism, and if you're just cool with him existing. I don't know, usually when people identify something as evil, they want to do something about it.
I'm not against abolishing capitalism. I just think all of the factions that I identified as being capitalists are evil.
Yeah.
Because he said that about the House and the NCR, both.
That is some, like, truly weak-ass, like... I don't even know if there's a word for that. Enablism?
I think it's disingenuous.
We'll all revert to the cave eventually. I'll be proven right one day.
When progress is finally undone, when the last human dies, then the world will be happy.
Yeah.
To critique government doesn't make you a traitor. That's what your freedom is supposed to be. The freedom.
So that means he got a non-zero number of
how,
comments calling him a traitor.
Which is funny because it's like he's Canadian.
Yeah.
To critique and make better. And one of the ways we work towards making it better is creating media that discusses these topics.
Unfortunately, Fallout New Vegas is not an example of that. So.
Bethesda, I'm begging you, make Fallout 6 set in Fallout 5 set in Canada.
Fallout 5 set in Canada, and it's actually set when the Americans annexed it. So you play as Nate the Rake.
Through writing, painting, programming, and so much more besides. Fallout has a lot to say on the topic of a war and its never-ending cycle, how it's always the same.
You're almost
War
there.
never changes is the main quote of every Fallout game.
I think War never changes just sounds cool, and I don't think fits into the theme of what the games are about, unfortunately. I know that's it almost sounds hypocritical, right? Well, you have a weird interpretation of what Fallout is about that doesn't line up with the tagline of the game. But it's like...
Well, the thing is again, it's the analysis element where it's just like, yeah, they've just haven't made a consistent statement with that.
Yeah. I think War Never Changes was a good tagline for Fallout 1 that should not have been, like, just the central thesis statement going forward, because...
Yeah.
It's just, like, it sounds vaguely philosophical and fits into all of the stories, but I don't think it actually primes people to understand what the stories are about.
Yeah.
By itself.
It looks to discuss how societies have a tendency to cling to the past. Fallout is always stuck in the 50s. Even after the bombs drop, many try to go back to the way of life they have learned from the 50s as...
Alright, hang on, I gotta reload.
I'll do the same.
As it was preserved within the vaults. Some, like Kaiser...
Pat shouldering the daunting task of presenting the right in a nuanced way while his chat sabotages him at every turn. I wouldn't say I'm presenting the right in a nuanced way. But they are smarter than they're given credit, and it's because their playbook can be incredibly simple to the point that anyone can do it. Which is just Fringe compilations at the end of the day. And it's effective. It's social ostracization. People's fear of being associated with something that's cringe is more effective than like their own ethical standards, because in a lot of cases these people who advocate for certain things don't actually believe in it ethically. They believe in it because there was like someone emotionally convinced them to at one point and they didn't put thought into it.
Yeah. I want to
try to go further, attempting to rebuild Roman culture. There's an entire DLC in New Vegas discussing the concept known as Old World Blues. It's a series that wants to explore the inability to let go of the past, the struggle to change one's outlook when presented with new information that may be contrary to what they once believed.
But isn't this incompatible? Because communism was in the past too. So like, we're gonna, I mean, everything that you're saying was in the past. It feels like what he's advocating for is that the post-Fallout system needs to transcend the existing philosophy that we had that was in the pre-war.
Mm-hmm.
To discuss and its prevalence.
Probably a lot closer to the actual theme and messages of the franchise.
The hive mind is the solution to the Fallout problem.
Yes.
Within society.
Everybody's eating the bugs already anyways.
Yeah, they're eating the rad roaches. Listen, eating the bugs makes sense when they're giant.
That are under a capitalist system and how said system is designed to vilify others. Fallout 3 is specific in focusing.
There we go, finally.
Oh my god.
00722. Fallout 3 is finally mentioned.
How many times have we watched this fucking opening cinematic?
It is funny because he tried to put some Fallout 3 gameplay clips in while he was talking about New Vegas.
My guy, this isn't how you do it. It was supposed to be in the first. It was supposed to be in the first like 30 seconds, not the.
So the next note is going to be at 13:05. Do we want to finish the intro like we did for the previous?
I guess so.
This is us giving him the benefit of the doubt as watching the intro, because I imagine this video might be worse because not only is it stream of consciousness, but now we're shadowboxing people who've critiqued him without actually seeing what their critiques were. Which again it's just infinitely frustrating. If he just posted the comments that he was responding to, he would probably look more coherent, because I'm sure he's got examples of some unhinged person saying these things that he can post.
Yeah.
And it's just like, look at this idiot. And that would be like more valid than just like, I didn't read your comment section on the New Vegas video when it came out. I don't know what the fuck you're responding to. And I'm not going to take your word for it, because you've kind of either been wrong or kind of lying about what you said in the first video. Is there an intro and a foreword again? I can't see the name timestamps on here. 1 second. Yeah, no, this time there's just an intro and then it goes to the opening. So he didn't do the intro and then prologue that he did last time, or whatever it was. Preemptively responding to Twitter posts in your 5-hour video essay. Yeah, I mean, it's just not productive because it's not relevant. This is more about how the last video was received than even like him predicting how this video will be received. Like, yeah, like I was saying, this needs to just be a follow-up video. If you want to box with people about, like, because you're publishing it anyways. Do you think that like the fucking New Vegas, the people critiquing you aren't going to notice that you put this at the start of your next video?
I think it was a matter of like, I don't want to give them the satisfaction of like showing that that they really got under my skin, so I'm just gonna like put it in here at the beginning and like that's it. Cases settled.
See, I answered it anymore. A man on YouTube with an authoritative voice said it, so now it's true.
Yeah.
focusing on the concept of morality, due to the designer's choice to focus on the karma system more than the other games. A lot of content is presented to you as moral dilemmas, and the game likes to focus on this concept by attempting to offer you choices that it considers difficult to reason the correct course of action for. There are
I feel like I'm in a completely different video now.
Yeah, we need to go back a bit.
We need to go back to when he name dropped Fallout 3.
Is this the second day?
Oh yeah, second day writing.
Yeah, because we established last time that it seems like he just kind of stream of conscious writes and then doesn't like edit it or anything like that.
Yeah.
its prevalence within these societies that are under a capitalist system and how said system is designed to vilify others.
Yeah, so like that's the end of day one's writing project, and then he sat down, he did a line break, and then he said,
Fallout 3 is specific in focusing on the concept of morality.
Like,
yeah, this is absolutely another, at least a news paragraph, if not, yeah, page break.
Well, more to the point, it just emphasizes how out of place the first 7 minutes and 22 seconds was, because it's like, we've gone on this long thing about communism, how guys, I'm not a communist, I'm just critical of capital, like that entire spiel, just for like Fallout 3 to not even be close to relevant to that idea.
He really should have just done a dedicated video.
Yeah, it would have been more productive.
Yeah.
Due to the design to focus on the karma system more than the other games. A lot of content is presented, and the game likes to focus on this concept by attempting to offer you choices that it considers difficult to reason the correct course of action for. There are discussions to be had, there are critiques to be given. You can play through a Fallout game and pay no attention to these aspects of the product presented to you.
Yeah, sure, you could critique it, but I need to get back to the real part, the capitalism.
But to do so is to ignore part of the presentation. These games aren't just about killing people and leveling up. They aren't just about getting the water chip for your vault in Fallout 1. And while the developers and writers expect you to pay attention to these aspects, they facilitate the process by letting you shoot things and complete quests while doing so. So the question is, why do you focus on these things in your retrospective?
What things? Sorry, that was a non-specific noun. I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what these things are at this point, because like you flashbanged to us by suddenly like sliding in. Oh no, Fallout 3 is about morality. And so it's like, are we talking about morality in your retrospective, or are we talking about?
No,
are we still?
We're talking about intellectual topics. Why aren't you just talking about shooting the raiders and getting the water chip and stuff like that? Stick to your lane.
Right. Okay.
My answer is because games focus on them. When I look at these games in retrospect, I am not just looking at the storylines.
I wonder if that Fallout New Vegas thing, that was an insert after the fact. You think it was day one? I think that day one was him saying Fallout 3, because that's what you do at the start of the video, and that's why he's saying retrospective over and over, because this is supposed to be the SEO generating part of the video. And I think he just like, I think he inserted that New Vegas rant after the fact into the start of the video.
Oh, wait, maybe because he wasn't getting the comments and stuff until like he was into this script.
Yeah.
Like maybe he already wrote this. Maybe he wrote this before even fucking
before the New Vegas thing came out.
Yeah, like,
did he use AI to help write this script? No. I'm sorry that the thing that's bad isn't using the Giga Hitler technology that you hate.
Yeah.
This is just normal human incompetence. But yeah, I do think that this was the actual start of the video. Like we're a minute into what he originally intended to be the start of the video, and that's why it's so just disjointed and fucked up.
Speaking from experience, you know, I do that a lot, and that's why then I go back and I edit it so it's smooth.
Is this stream pre-recorded? Yeah, every chat message that I interact with is on a timer. It's pre-planned.
Actually, no, the chat is all just AI generated.
But then how am I responding to the chat?
It's mechanics.
Pat on AI defense immediately. Well, the reason it's not AI is this video came out in 2022, and this is not like shitty 2022 chat GPT writing, so.
Theming and development. I am talking about things because I want to. I am not selling this video to you.
Okay. Sure. Do you believe that?
No. I'm a YouTuber.
I don't believe it
I know
either.
how this game is played. I wouldn't be making videos if I didn't need to make
Guys,
money.
I'm not
Sorry.
selling the video to you. I'm just doing this for fun. That's why it's monetized and listed publicly.
Yeah. I did my Oblivion video for fun. I did my Fallout New Vegas video for fun. After that, I was actually trying to, you know,
Make it.
yeah.
Selling is capitalist, so of course he wouldn't do that.
Ah, yes.
I'm making it for myself because I like it, because I want to talk about it, and so did.
So is it healthy for you to focus so much on the critiques? If we're just having fun, if we're just hanging out and talking about Fallout, is it important to spend 7.5 minutes on you getting booty blasted that the comments didn't universally love your random Gamergate rant after you talked about a raped woman?
Yeah, see, like, this is total bullshit just because, like, if this was the case, then you wouldn't read the comments like me.
Yeah.
And even I'm not going so far as to say I only make these videos for myself. It's more just like, when I'm done with the video, I'm done with it.
I don't know if shilling Capcom is a marker of success, guys.
The developers. So that's what I'll be doing today. I'll be talking about Fallout 3 as a whole, looking back on it, how it took a different path.
This is absolutely the original introduction here.
Yeah, because this is a sales pitch. I know he said it's not. I know he feels a little self-conscious about it, but this is the sales pitch that's supposed to be like a minute into the video.
Yeah.
before the watch time goes down. But he murdered the watch time retention probably with that rant at the start. That's crazy. That's probably why this has like a third the views of the New Vegas video.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's like, I guess, you know, you owned the chuds. Maybe. I don't think they watched that part, but hey.
From its predecessor, how that bothered longtime fans, the development process that went into position as an IP via Bethesda taking control. I'll focus on the storyline and setting and what that storyline and setting is trying to convey to you, whether you agree with it or not. Not everything Fallout 3 or even New Vegas says is something I agree with, but
what?
They do say it, and I do want to talk about it. Fallout 3 is a first-person open-world RPG.
Dude, this is opening intro energy all of a sudden.
Yeah, no, I mean, we spotted it immediately. It's like that was the cutoff.
All right, then we're gonna skip the stream of consciousness. I want to get to this note.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so for those of you who didn't attend the last stream, the way that we handled it, the stream was shorter than the original video. How is that possible? If this is the pace you're handling it, we had received notes from a fellow in chat named FaZe Walker as to like notable parts of the video. And so we just kind of jumped around and hit all the notable parts. And it's just because it's not even like I can't tackle long videos. I have done a video that is as long as this. That was Will Loves Video Games Oblivion video. It's more that a lot of his writing style is just stream of consciousness, and then occasionally he'll just dive off the deep end with a crazy ass take. So unfortunately, while I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt of watching it in totality, it's not even the video is long and that's an issue. It's more the underlying problem with SuperRAD that we identified last time is the flashbanging. I think these videos wouldn't be offensive if he wasn't randomly bringing up these rants in the middle of like just a normal synopsis video, because people like the like mindless analysis video. I'll listen to this guy talk about Fallout for a few hours. Like, yeah, of course people like that. It's an established genre. It does very well. I think what takes people out of SuperRAD's videos though is that he just will randomly start ranting about capitalism. Pat didn't pay the AI bill this week, so AI Pat can't listen to all of it. AI Pat didn't listen to all of it last time, so.
Well, it's still a good game, despite it not being the same as it once was. Fallout 2 to Fallout 3, however, is a much more drastic example of this. There is going to be a whiplash effect for longtime fans of the series, especially those who have been anticipating Van Buren. Looking back, the people who had a real issue with the series and not criticisms with the change, people who got vocally angry at the thought, seem to be in the minority of not just Fallout 3 fans, but Fallout fans in general.
That's because Fallout became a very normie franchise. Like, yeah, of course. But that doesn't delegitimize them. Listen, a bunch of people ate the shit just like me, so the people who liked the way the old games were just need to accept it. And it's like, well, you know, as I said at the end of my Starfield video, you get what you deserve. You can't complain about the state of modern Bethesda if you were fine with this when it was Fallout 3. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, just making sure you're still alive.
Coming into this retrospective, I had assumed, based on what I had heard, that most of the original fans of the series not only disliked Fallout 3 due to its changes, but openly and vocally detested it.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah.
However, upon researching and looking into discussions on the subject all the way back to 2008, this doesn't seem to be the case.
You're going to need to show what you're talking about, because let's just say there is an entire forum that is archived posts from the time period called No Mutants Allowed that, I mean, like, even Bethesda themselves have given, like, I think it was Jonah Loeb gave a statement that, like, yeah, the old Fallout fan base is, like, extremely toxic.
Yeah.
As far as my research goes,
You know,
not
if
shown,
only he had
old
if only
Fallout
he had
fans
Claude.
did not hate 3. Well, he
only
had
he had
Claude back
Claude.
then, yeah.
Yeah.
There are people upset with the acquisition and change, but they don't make up a large portion of the fandom. This isn't my attempt to say
Wait.
anything about
Did he just then like say that he wasn't finding it, and then
He was
said-
finding it, but it wasn't a major part of the fan. How do you even weigh that? I don't know, man. There is a forum dedicated to the old Fallout games, and there is not anybody on that forum that's like, oh yeah, Fallout 3, that's the bee's knees. So it's like, is it just... I really think it does come down to their opinion's invalid because they're a minority.
Yeah.
He hates minorities. What a chud.
Yeah.
You're a minority, so your view doesn't matter is certainly a progressive viewpoint, all right. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, what the fuck is that? I'm excited about this next point.
right and wrong on its own with respect to the older games, but not solely focusing on said comparison. Changes to lore, lack of respect for source materials, and retcons can have their place in the discussion, but we are looking at Fallout 3 present and forward more than backwards. Don't come into my comments bashing me for enjoying this game because it isn't the old one. And please, for the love of God, do not make an 8-hour response video that I won't watch because I have nice things to say about it.
Hang on. I had the note, it says indirect Kretosis call out. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty direct call out. That is probably, as far as SuperRAD goes, that's probably the most willing to actually, like, acknowledge someone else existing as far as call outs go.
I mean, he
was that a
wasn't
call
even
out?
putting any of the...
That was absolutely a
putting-
call out. Hang on, you need to listen to that
Okay.
again. You weren't paying attention if you didn't think that was a call out.
This game because it isn't the old one. And please, for the love of God, do not make an 8-hour response video that I won't watch because I have nice things to say about it.
Yeah.
Very
Remember,
funny.
he wasn't even, like, paraphrasing the comments that he was getting in the previous section,
Yeah,
let
He-
alone putting them on screen.
yeah. And he decided to, like, sabotage his own video to do that. Meanwhile, like, Kretosis is, like, front and center. This is just like that. See, day one SuperRAD on the Fallout 3 project was willing to do that, but later SuperRAD didn't want to include the comments. What are your thoughts on Kretosis? I think he's all right. I don't hate the guy. He's vitriolic, and I think that undermines how seriously some people will take him because some people want calm and collected, whereas like he's just gonna he's gonna ad hominem his way through the problem. He listened to 8 hours of Kretosis and just mauled it over it the whole time. I don't buy that for a second. I do not buy for a second. I think it's so weird. Do you think that's actually a call to get a response video?
Nah.
That's got that. No,
Nah.
I buy that's got to be. That sounds like a challenge to me.
I mean, to get a response video, maybe. Is he gonna watch the response
No,
video?
absolutely not. But I think he wants the response video to exist.
Maybe, yeah.
No too high IQ. I don't know. Because nobody calls out Kritosis thinking that like, oh yeah, Kritosis isn't gonna respond to this. So it's like,
yeah, I know. Yeah, taking it. Yeah, if he was, it's the Kritosis thing that gets me.
yeah.
I understand the hesitation here because it's like, if it was, you know, really just about anybody else, I would be like, yeah, maybe. But Kritosis will always fire back, so...
It sounds like a challenge to you because you make 8-hour videos. That, well, he linked an 8-hour video by Kritosis. I'm not the only person who does that. And I'm not known for reaction videos. And I think this was still the time period where he didn't outright hate me. So I don't.
Well,
I don't.
This is before.
This is definitely
before the Oblivion.
No, this is after Oblivion.
Oh, okay.
But just like, no, it's after. It's firmly after. This might be after Skyrim.
Oh, then he definitely hates you by
now. Yeah, I guess. So it's just like, I don't know. The thing is, guys, if you haven't watched the other stream, he is not a call-out person. He's not calling out Father Elijah or any of these other figures in the Fallout community. He doesn't name names. Every time he references somebody, it's always some people believe. It's a Hassan tactic, because Hassan does that. It's like some guy said, and then it'll be like something that someone super specific said. That's why it stands out. It's got to be a challenge because he would never name Kritosis normally.
I don't platform my haters.
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously, that was a pretty bonkers thing to see happen to another dude. I feel bad for that guy.
You feel bad for many a true nerd who's a successful video essayist, but it's like, I don't get this mentality. No. You can't make response videos. That would be mean. And it's like, what are we doing here? You're making a fucking 5-hour response video to a game. It's someone making fun of you on the internet for the shit you say. Oh no, that's off limits. He still didn't say his name. Yeah, but even acknowledging the thumbnail alone.
Yeah.
That directly means that, like, you think Kritosis didn't find out that had happened? Come on. Again, SuperRAD will talk about people without naming them because he's a coward. So... I feel a little bored about these points, so we're jumping to 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Alright.
I don't really care about his takes on Vault 101, to be honest. Let me make sure. Yep, this should be adequate context.
None other than the Enclave's president under the guise of a democracy. In truth, the Enclave's president was created and no vote actually took place as far as I'm aware, but we'll explore that more later on. I'm not going to dive deep into the Enclave again until we start interacting with them more. I touched on them a lot in the New Vegas video and how their portrayal is meant to criticize our real-world governments with the focus on America's. The Enclave has a pro-democracy message while not actually practicing democracy, and they use pro-capitalist propaganda to vilify other economic systems, with a specific focus on China and communism. It works.
Yeah, it's definitely not just that John Henry Eden's out of touch. He's like a language learning model who's read a bunch of books on stuff that is no longer applicable, and so he's like ranting to the average wastelander who has no idea what a China is.
Propaganda works. I've said so before. It works in the game and in real life, as we see it all the time. You can see it in my comments section when individuals call me a communist.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Dude, you got ratioed on your own comment. 2 months and you're not even more likes.
Oh, yeah.
So now that we're in here, we can show K friendly 5460 calling him a commie.
Only the true fans will be watching at this point.
The tamest possible comment to showcase. Come on, show somebody a little vitriolic.
Yeah.
Someone in your held for review section that called you a slur and a communist.
Yeah.
See, that would be more biting, because then it's like, yeah, what are we doing here?
Somebody who said they hope you like die and shit like that.
Yeah, show some death threats.
Yeah.
Make it funny.
Meaning this as an insult for not licking the boots of the capitalist machine.
Okay.
Hang on. I thought that you were just critiquing capitalism. What do you like? We're definitely a step away from critiquing you. Not like he's presenting it like, oh, I was just being normal, and this person's calling me out for being a commie because I wasn't a bootlicker, and it's like, what a very disingenuous way to present what happened. Holy shit. And it's a self ratio. Please add that to the notes. Sure. The tamest possible and he still gets ratioed.
To critique capitalism is so insulting that you must be part of another economic system that these individuals have been taught. Particularly ironic considering the game we are discussing and the video these comments appear under.
It's not really ironic. Again, you didn't prove that, or you didn't really prove anything.
My video keeps jumping around.
Yeah. I hit it for the most part. The word we missed was like vilify on our end.
Oh, okay.
Fallout loves to make fun of.
Wonders why everybody spouts commie gobbledygook. Wonders why everyone calls him a commie. I understand the frustration because it's not entirely accurate, but at the same time, like, do you actually lack the self-awareness to understand why those comments are coming your way?
Yeah. Maybe if you want to diffuse some of those comments, maybe, you know, explain some of your
Inject
points.
the nuance into it. Well, I mean, like,
Yeah.
why in the Fallout
Give me
3
some
video,
more
though?
context.
The Enclave being in both New Vegas and Fallout 3 doesn't make it relevant to talk about how people clapped your cheeks for your New Vegas video.
Fallout loves to make fun of individuals who blindly attack other economic structures and systems.
Yeah, like you. Is he not just like, isn't he the book shoot? That's the way that he argues. He's like, anything I engage with must have a capitalist or an anti-capitalist theme in it. You're just the book shoot. It's just that instead of like wanting to burn the books, you're wanting to like glorify them. But it's the same fundamental like level of theory of mind. You're kind of just a robot.
It's one of the main jokes within the series, and yet you still get people who the game is making fun of show up in my YouTube comments to be.
I'm not bothered, by the way, guys. Guys, I'm not bothered.
Yeah.
The butt of the joke without realizing it. So there's a propaganda machine out there in the wasteland. It's not just on your Pip-Boy or local radios, it's on various iBots patrolling the wasteland and.
So yeah.
Yeah. He read the comments just before he wrote this section.
Yeah, before this day.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm seeing what's on screen, and you know.
Yeah, we're gonna get here eventually.
I believe you completely lock yourself out of this questline, and I don't know if you would actually be able to still reach the reward at the end of it. For the sake of the analysis, we're going to be friendly with Crowley, and he'll let us know that we're alright, not like those other humans out there who are bigots towards ghouls, people who believe them to be nothing but simple zombies that you can shoot in the head to kill. In fact, Crowley has a list of bigots he wants to have killed. He'll pay you for each hit and even pay you extra if you shoot them in the head as a form of karmic justice in his eyes. He also wants a key from their person as proof that you've killed them, which is a little suspicious, except for Alistair Tenpenny, as word would get around about his death, and one you may not be up for doing based on your karma or morals. Yes, these individuals may be bigots, but does that bigotry mean that you take justice into your own hand? Should you as an individual be seeking out and killing individuals not in defense but sheer offense? I'm not really asking. I don't want to know. If someone told me a bunch of bigots were running around, I don't think I'd let them get away with the act of harassing a marginalized or oppressed individual, but I also wouldn't seek them out to kill them either.
Chud. I don't know why this is noted. I guess it's just... No, it's just noting I would kill them if I was provoked.
If you disagree with that, that's whatever, because it's not the point of this quest. No, there's more going on here than meets the eye.
Yeah.
After accepting the job...
I don't think that one's notable. Other than he said the B word. I don't know what this next note means. But I see where we are, so... Guys, we're gonna start moral complexing again.
The black hole the intellectual black hole of Fallout 3.
There first, since there is so much about the tower to go over. Tenpenny Tower is an old hotel that has been fortified and repurposed as a settlement for those that Tenpenny deems acceptable. Now, if you know me, I'd usually delve into how these individuals made their money and how the game portrays them as villainous for their actions and their greed.
Normally I would do these things that I'm already explaining out, but...
lead into a greater discussion around economic systems, mostly capitalism, and a critique and analysis on what Fallout 3 has to say about these concepts. Well, Fallout 3 does have something to say about these concepts, sure, but the world building of the game is so nonsensical at times that a lot of these messages and critiques end up falling flat.
Thank you. The most valid thing he said yet. You know what? You may disagree with him because his point is this was too dumb for my to really make the point that I wanted to. But at least someone said it. Even if I disagree in a lot of ways, I don't think there's an anti-capitalist theme to Tenpenny Tower.
No. I
kneel, Super Chad. Wait, where the fuck did the Tenpenny quest talk about where they make their money? It's like, I think we know what Sir Dashington, how he made his money as an adventurer, and then one of them was a slaver, and then a couple of them are merchants. But it's like, you know, really what it is they're rentoids, and as rentoids, that means that there's a capitalist structure, and as a capitalist structure, that explains why they're evil.
Tenpenny Tower is a...
SuperRAD should collab with Devin to combine their moral complexing power. Honestly, no, because they disagree. Devin is of the mind that this is like good writing, and this is too dumb even for SuperRAD.
Yeah.
A perfect example of this, we have this tower of rich, wealthy people that we are meant to despise for being rich and wealthy. There's little to no explanation on how anyone within the compound has received their wealth, what wrongs or rights they did to get to where they are now. Instead, the game gives the majority of these individuals poor personalities. Not everyone, obviously, but a good portion of the residents are rude, holier-than-thou individuals who detest you and the poor despite offering no actual examples of their own wealth. There's nothing...
I mean, I would say the average Outer Worlds quest is basically this.
Around these individuals that suggests their wealth outside of their attitudes. In fact, most of the rooms within the hotel are fairly barren with little to gain from entering and stealing from them. How Tenpenny pays his security is unclear. How he continues to make money is unclear.
He's a landlord. And then, you know, he makes his money from the vendors downstairs, and the vendors vaguely do commerce. It's a weak point of Fallout 3. It doesn't really... I don't believe there's an active economy in Fallout 3, despite the caravans.
No.
How anyone will live within his premises is unclear, and so the game has created a bunch of nefarious rich losers who we are meant to detest.
I thought we weren't doing this. I thought he said we weren't going to do this. Chat, Did I hallucinate a part where he said that we weren't going to do this?
With no real commentary on the economics of the wasteland or how people abuse them to get what they want. To Fallout 3, these people are just a natural occurrence within the wasteland. The ball is fumbled here completely.
You know, I will say I agree.
Yeah.
Tenpenny residents are rich for the sake of being rich, so the writers can use them as a catalyst to do harm without actually saying anything else about them.
I thought that was enough, though. Can't we just have a bunch of capitalists be the villains that the players get to kill? I don't know what this refers to. It's too inane. Yeah, there's a weird... He made a decision. He made, like, a very emotional decision at the start of it. Like, I'm not gonna do this. And by this, I mean, like, explore where the people... Like, we'll go back and find the line.
Villainous for their actions and their greed. It'd lead into a greater discussion around economic systems, mostly capitalism, and a critique and analysis on what Fallout 3 has to say about these concepts. Well, Fallout 3 lead into a greater... I'd usually delve into how these individuals made their money and...
That's him saying it. Normally he would do this, and then, like, here he is doing the thing that he says he would normally do. I think what he's trying to say is, if this existed in the storytelling, then this is what I would do at this point. Which is weird, because it does. We know one of them is a slaver. We know another one was a former adventurer. We know some of them are merchants. Like, I don't know why he's acting like there's just no clues at all. I thought you were Mr. Media Comprehension.
Within the wasteland. The ball is fumbled here completely. Tenpenny residents are rich.
I think this is him skipping his capitalism rant. He got bullied into not doing it.
For the sake of being rich. So the writers can use them as a catalyst to do harm without actually saying anything else about them. The Tenpenny residents are rich, rude bigots, and that's all you need to know, apparently. I mean, the bigots thing is pretty, you know, that one's pretty justifiable.
Okay.
This
is going to be another case of, like, we're just going to ignore all the problems with Roy and his group.
Yes.
Listen, there was a chance the ghouls might have been nice people, so really the bigotry is still a problem. Just because they coincidentally ended up being a band of murderers doesn't mean that they were right to discriminate against them.
This is where a lot of the criticism of Fallout 3's writing and world building comes from. Sometimes the developers want to tell a story with an important message. They want to look into how the rich abuse their wealth. They want to look into...
Do they? I think this is just a shitty reference to a George Romero movie. This is where we're suffering for not having watched Land of the Dead.
I'm telling you. We have to watch that. We have to watch Boy and His Dog.
The thing is, I don't even think, like, Tenpenny Tower is notable enough to talk about beyond just the absurdity of it. It's just like a sequel quest to blowing up Megaton.
Yeah. I think the most interesting thing to talk about is just, like, how you can still do the fucking Roy Phillips, the blow up Megaton even though Roy Phillips is in charge, and, like, how they structured that.
I think most of what I would want to talk about is just how, like, brutalized this quest has been, because you have people who are like, it's about immigrants, no, it's about racism, no, it's about class, and it's like, no, it's just a discrimination thing. And it's like defining what flavor of evil are you. Are you a I'm just greedy and I want to make money kind of evil person, or are you a I want to go around killing people kind of evil person? Like, that's it. It's super basic. Yeah, the world building sucks. It's not a capitalism thing. It's not even intended to be a capitalism thing.
Racism and bigotry, these are all commendable things to
No, he said it. He said racism. But at least he said racism
word.
And bigotry. So he acknowledges that there's more of a dynamic to it than just it's a race metaphor. Whereas, like, Devin in HD started to reference that it might be more, that it might be a disability metaphor, but kind of gave up on it. which I don't think it is a disability metaphor. That's why I say it's just discrimination. It's just discrimination so that it's universal. It can happen to you. You could be a ghoul. So now that makes it easier for you to empathize, because if it's just, oh, we're not letting black people into Tenpenny Tower, it's like, well, I'm not black, so I'm limited, and I'm fundamentally limited in my capacity to empathize in that way, because I'll never be, like, truly given the backstory of, like, years of racial discrimination that would inform that. Whereas, like, because they're ghouls, because they're made up, you can empathize into them and be like, yeah, it would suck if I was a ghoul to be discriminated against for X, Y, and Z reasons. And then on the flip side, you could say, I would also understand why you wouldn't want to let this band of murderers move into the hotel.
Listen, I understand why you wouldn't want to let a bunch of rotten zombies into your beautiful little tower there. They smell.
Yeah.
They make weird noises.
Do they let ghouls into the Ultralux? I don't think they let ghouls onto the strip. Unless they're following you around.
Yeah.
Is this video about the stupid quest? This part of the video is about Tenpenny Tower. Oh god, look how long the Tenpenny Tower section is too. I don't have that much to say, but...
discuss and analyze. The issue is that that's as far as the writers get. They create the villains and they make them do wrong, but we never get to see what brought the villains to where they are now.
Why would that be relevant, honestly? Can't we just have the shorthand? Like, I don't think it's well written either, but I don't see the problem with it, them using just the shorthand of, like, yeah, they're wealthy. Like, the shitty part, I think he's almost identifying, is that it doesn't make sense because there's this erect tower in the middle of nowhere where everything else has been, like, just obliterated.
Yeah. It's so short-handed that it's artificial.
Yeah. But it's like, at the same time, I don't need my shitty corner of the map T-Junction quest to have, like, deep character storytelling. Given that, it's a middle of nowhere quest. This is like complaining, like, I don't really know what the antagonizer is thinking.
This is how you get all those journal entries in Fallout 76.
You forgot that Gamora has ghoul prostitutes. I don't know if I've ever seen ghoul prostitutes in Gamora. Maybe I'm just distracted by the smooth skin women.
But also, that does say something about the strip then, that it's like the only ghouls that are allowed to work there are prostitute ghouls, because there are smooth skins who have a fetish for that sort of stuff.
I thought that was at the Wrangler though, the Atomic Wrangler.
I mean, yeah, that quest is in there too, but the discerning customers are everywhere.
The only prostitutes I remember, I helped a couple prostitutes escape Gamora. Because that's how you get the Gamora quest without doing House's quest first.
Ah.
Because that's how... You have to help those prostitutes escape in order to sabotage the Omertas so that Caesar gives you the line about undermining them before you actually meet Caesar. Because usually that's pretty hard to route otherwise.
What's place across the wasteland that allowed this to happen? What parallels there are to the wasteland? Sometimes there's no world built for us to compare ourselves.
There's no world building to compare ourselves to. How is this guy a Monster Hunter fan? Like, I feel like he would just absolutely struggle with fantasy. I can't get into it because I can't parallel Tenpenny with my boss. Like, yeah, okay, well. Other than him saying the world building's shitty, I don't really... $156.56. We're still... Oh, no, we're still in the Tenpenny section. So, sure, we might...
It is... I call it the black hole for a reason.
Sure, okay, listen. I'll acknowledge we might have missed something in the 3 minutes that's important. So we're not going to do any, why didn't you mention Roy do X? Because there's a non-zero chance he did. But Let's hear him out.
Of his people. This is purely a vendetta against Tenpenny, and while I can sympathize with the
Already doing better than Devin.
mindset, is this really the hill Roy wants to die on? It's not like he's trying to convince his way inside. Outside of arguing with security, Roy is planning on using a backdoor to send in an army of feral ghouls that will kill everyone inside. What
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm with it so far.
is the game trying to convey here? That both sides are bad? That
Yes.
Yeah.
And then this is weird. This is where Devin comes out ahead, because Devin had to take, like, yeah, both sides are evil. I guess that's just, like, that happens sometimes in the Wasteland.
Yeah, that's how the wasteland is. You got to be an evil bastard in order to survive.
It's weird that suddenly he's like, why does this quest not have a good... I feel like what he's shadowboxing around is he wants Roy to have been the good guy in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't like that it's equally critical of Roy as it is Tenpenny.
It's not realistic to have Roy be the bad guy in this situation.
Hey, listen.
This just wouldn't happen.
Maybe it's entirely possible that Tsarist Russia and the Leninists were both evil.
sure, bigotry is bad, but sometimes the oppressed are murderous individuals willing to take anything by force? It's weird, right? The politics...
No, not really. It's kind of historically precedented. A lot of revolutionaries are messed up people, because to have the sense of morality needed to mobilize people to violence, you kind of have to be a messed up person yourself. So there's not really like a ton of glamorous revolutionaries in history. I wonder if this is just a complex where he thinks like revolution is this glamorous thing. Maybe he's just not like very historically literate when it comes to like third world revolutions.
That's just a fucking leftist playbook right there. Is like they'll start saying all this stuff and it's like, do you know what it was like in Russia and like East Germany and stuff like that during this time period?
Whenever people make comments that they can't understand something, I think about what has been said to me at many points in my life. That sounds like a you problem. Yeah, more people need to get normalized with I don't understand it, and not it's bad because I don't understand it.
Yeah.
That both sides are bad, that sure, bigotry is bad, but sometimes the oppressed are murderous individuals willing to take anything by force?
I think he got caught in the same trap that Devin guy got caught on, where he sees this as an oppressed person, and immediately his media experience tells him he's supposed to sympathize with him as a good person.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, he's caught on, they both got caught on this snag of the first impressions of the quest, where he sees like, okay, he's being discriminated against, and Tenpenny is like a greedy, like, little, capitalist ecosystem. So Roy has to be the good guy then, because that's how these stories go. Intellectually curious, by the way. Rad needs to watch The Wire. I do wonder how these guys would engage with something like The Wire. Where
it's old. I don't watch
old stuff. But you're playing like a game that's almost contemporaneous with it. Well, I'm just curious if he...
Something HBO is evil, something.
I think he would... It is fascinating to... Grok, generate a essay of how SuperRAD would react to The Wire. Because I think he would recognize the police are a force for bad, but then he would struggle with the criminal gangs.
It's weird, right? The politics and history behind power structures and oppression don't really align with the message that the game is trying to convey here.
In what respect? Hang on. The politics and history.
Anything by force? It's weird, right? The politics and history behind power structures and oppression don't really align with the message that the game is trying to convey here.
No, it does. It does pretty well. You should learn about this guy, Che Guevara. Or some of these other guys. I mean, shit, even the American revolutionaries, they weren't like universally a force for good. I thought that was a message we were trying to convey lately, was like all those revolutionary American heroes were bad people.
Well, the American Revolution is only a revolution from the American perspective.
It's really a civil war.
Yeah.
Is he
Wait,
seriously
but
trying to say they're oppressed, therefore they can do no wrong? I think he's admitting that he doesn't understand how you can go about portraying an oppressed group as having morally evil people.
yeah, he's troubled by that.
He's troubled.
He finds it unsavory.
He's honestly, it baffles me
I'm
that
waiting
there
for
are
him.
people who get stun locked by the 10 penny tower quest.
Emil really did make like a true
banger.
just a true pit for these people to fall into. You know, like those pits that they would dig in like in Vietnam.
Yeah,
where,
with like
the sharp sticks.
Yeah, and they were
Yeah.
covered in feces so that you would get an
Yeah.
infection.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's more like
that's this quest.
it's just a mousetrap, but the bait on the mousetrap is just the word racism. This is Baby's first morally gray quest. I don't understand how you get through New Vegas and then get stun locked by Tenpenny Tower. And I think what it is really the way he's presenting it. It comes off like he's woke scolding Bethesda. He's feigning that he doesn't understand it when in reality he does understand it, and he's just like, I don't understand how you could possibly portray an oppressed and marginalized group as being the bad guys too.
This is how we get Starfield.
Yeah, take no risks. Say nothing. It's not even a we need to worry about DSP. It's the literary equivalent of we need to worry about like Devon in HD and SuperRAD.
Have Tenpenny and his elite, and then we have Roy, who hates Smoothskin so much he's willing to kill any amount of them to get his way. But hey, we found a peaceful solution here. We've convinced the residents of the town.
Okay, I guess we're just moving on. So we're gonna acknowledge. Listen, you might have acknowledged it in the minutes before, but isn't it strange that
Just weird
that Roy has a group that he, if we're going with it's a race metaphor, then aren't Smoothskins a race, right? And like, so we could say Smoothskin's like a slur, right? And it's like, you have this guy who's like, I'm gonna kill all the Smoothskins, or like he says that Megaton is a Smoothskin shithole. I'm starting to think like, is Roy racist? No, because he's black. Well, no, hang on. No, that's not woke of me. He is indigenous. Well, yeah, he's indigenous. There we go. So, he can't be racist. You see, racism is prejudice plus power. So,
right.
Honestly, that actually might crack the code of why these people think this way. You see, Roy can't be racist back because he doesn't have power.
Yeah.
Tenpenny Tower was promised to me 200 years ago. All right. The ball is fumbled here completely. Semicolon, stun locked by Fallout 3.
And Tenpenny Tower claims another victim. It's crazy to think that Emil peaked with Tenpenny Tower.
A more apt analogy is that this is about the Americans with Disabilities Act. Ghouls are disabled and Tenpenny will install ghoul elevators for them. I disavow the whole, like, it's a disability metaphor. I only draw attention to that because I want to emphasize, if you think about ghouls, and if you think about the fact that what being a ghoul is closer to, like, developing multiple sclerosis in the middle of your life, and people start calling you the words that they call those people, and like, you know, you have a harder time engaging with businesses and what have you, and like, you know, you need disabled parking spaces and what have you. It's like, maybe being a ghoul is closer to being disabled than it is being a race, because your racial identity is intrinsic to who you are. Being disabled is extrinsic. You could be born with it, but it could happen to you later in life too. However, I don't think that it's a disability metaphor. I think it's just discrimination. Because if you say it's just for disabled people, then it's like, well, I'm able-bodied, you know, I need glasses, that's it. So I can't empathize with ghouls. And it's like, no, you're taking away from the power of it.
Yeah, I take it even a step further from that. Is just like, they don't want, like, we don't want to draw like a exact parallel between, you know, real life events here because we're Bethesda. So we're just going to talk about something vaguer, right?
Yeah, I think the way it's structured is designed to appeal to your education and media experience with like how racism is portrayed in the media. You're meant to think like, oh, this is a segregation thing when you first see it.
Yeah.
And then it's like you delve into it and it's like, well, because if you think about it for like more than 2 seconds, it's like it doesn't make sense for it to be a race thing. But the reason I disavow the disability thing is that I really want to emphasize that it's just normal discrimination. I would hate to see there being people out there who start saying it's a disability metaphor.
Yeah.
Because I think that's just as wrong as saying it's race or it's class or it's immigrants. It's just, you can be discriminated for literally any aspect of who you are. And that's what ghouls are. It's this thing that can happen to you. And it can happen to you.
Don't let the left tell you that there is no overarching, just generic discrimination. That everything has to be broken down into some sort of category.
People don't like that it can be a weird third thing. I think it's more, they saw the shorthand for the quest putting you in the mindset that it's a discrimination metaphor, and like they see the segregation going on, and then they're like, ah, yes, that's it. It's racism.
Yeah.
What about Fallout brings out this kind of politicaltism? I mean, it's a more political story than like Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls is political and religious, so that's not even really true. I think what it is just people who already have opinions but aren't brave enough to just say them, see it as a veil upon which they can project their politics into the world.
Yeah.
Fallout is a cudgel upon which I can inject socialism into the mainstream. But
Complicated Man is a direct reference to the concepts within Blade Runner and the novel it was based off of. We've already discussed finding the holotapes about an android on the run from the Commonwealth, but we haven't found said android yet. This may surprise fans of Fallout 4 who haven't played Fallout 3, but there are only 2 actual androids within the game that I know of, and you wouldn't be able to tell them apart from real humans by any means. I think that's what's most interesting about the concept, is how one quest involving the Commonwealth and synthetic men turned into one of the main driving plot points of Fallout 4.
It's novel. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's interesting. This isn't actually, the point wasn't actually, what they noted wasn't about the android.
There are clues to find throughout the wasteland, things that further point you in the direction of the individual who was hired to assist the android. There are ways to bypass this, such as what I did in the underworld, where I bribed an individual to tell me who performed the operation. A man by the name of Horace Pinkerton, who...
This note doesn't seem to exist at all. So I'm going to look up the transcript, what it says. Control F. Liberals. 2:01:53. Oh, we're 10 minutes ahead. That would explain it.
small settlement you can walk through around the area of the tower before continuing. Near the tower is the town of Andale. I don't know how...
No, we're not.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I remember this one.
How to describe Andale other than it's fairly on the nose. If anyone ever tells you that Fallout isn't political for some reason, or that the messaging of the game's political values are up for interpretation, please point them towards Andale, or even Liberty Prime when we get to it. This is because Andale is a settlement of incredibly patriotic, capitalist-loving, commie-hating right-wingers who hate liberals or anything left-leaning. They also turn out to be comically villainous cannibals.
It's almost like it's schlocky. This guy... I wonder if this guy... I remember there was a hypothetical game that was posted on, like, Tumblr. Andale is patriotic, capitalist, anti-liberal, etc. There was a game that was proposed, and it was like a Left 4 Dead style game, but you were like housewives in the 50s who were armed with like, you know, hunting shotguns and frying pans and what have you. And like, so it was like 50s era themed, and just dealing with all that. I would wonder if he would play that and he would think like, see, it's commentary, and he wouldn't think that it's just like set dressing. It's just like an attempt at a setting.
I'll be right back.
He's seeing the political veil of this thing that fits into the theming of what if we made a game that was pseudo set in the 1950s and 60s, and like this is an obvious thing you would do with that. But see, this is what makes Fallout political, is this shitty quest where the twist is that they're cannibals, because the laziest thing you could do is the twist is they're cannibals. I wouldn't even parse this as like a left-wing statement of politics, which, you know, it might be, but like, no, I wouldn't go like, oh yes, this is McCain voters. That would be commentary, though, not good commentary. No, it's a skin. It's a skin at best. It's just like, I don't know. I feel insulted by this idea that like if you put 50s doo-wop music in something and like have them wear like button-up shirts and tight pants, that suddenly has to be commentary. Because what? Because you're portraying a time period? Is everything that portrays the 70s actually like, man, it's anti-war, anti-American imperialism, anti-military industrial complex, the aesthetics of the 1970s? It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, we're talking about Jesus Christ Superstar. You're watching the 1971 movie Jesus Christ Superstar, and you're looking at like 70s aesthetics being used to say like, look, the story of Jesus could have taken place in modern day. You're looking at that and going, see, man, it's a commentary. What's the reason you picked Housewives Going Crazy as a skin? I feel like you completely misunderstood the premise. The premise is the player characters are housewives. I forget what the enemy of the thing was, but it's literally just, what if Left 4 Dead but set in the 50s with housewives as the protagonists? That's it. Immediately repeal legal weed. Yeah, someone was like, how can you as a libertarian vote for repealing weed legalization? I was like, well, first of all, I wouldn't say I'm a libertarian. And second, I laid out exactly why and what the benefits would be. Stoners are annoying, and we need to get marijuana out of the lungs of the, like, average person, because it's just hurting people. It smells bad. There you go. It's just, it's illegal because it smells bad. Clearly that has some commentary on gender in the 1950s. No, it was literally, if I find the post, I could show it to you. You would feel so fucking stupid. It's literally just like 1950s housewife aesthetics. That's it. It's literally, I think it was entirely based on 1950s housewife holding a shotgun. Yeah, here's the image. Someone,
I had to get food.
Yeah, okay. Someone looked at this image and said, what if this was the basis for like a Left 4 Dead game? That's it. That's it. It's just wearing it. It's just saying, what if you had these aesthetics, but you made a game out of that? I'm telling you right now, it's literally not even any deeper than that. But there are people, what I'm saying is that there are people out there who would look at that premise and say, this is a great opportunity for a commentary on 1950s nuclear family. And it's like, shut up. Can't we just borrow aesthetics from the 50s without, like,
No.
making a thing of it? Nuketown. Well, see, Nuketown was a commentary on nuclear war, military testing. You see, Black Ops was probably the most political game that Treyarch ever made. No politics is politics. Get this guy out of the hobby. We get it, Pat. You have nothing to say. It's not that I have nothing to say. It's just that I have a frustration with this idea that, like, there are people out there who just can't play Half-Life and go... and can't play Half-Life and, like, just enjoy it. They have to be like, you see, this is commentary on the military-industrial complex and how America scientists are imperialism into foreign worlds.
Just
Man has gone too
reading
far.
Too much into it.
Yeah, just play fucking Half-Life. Holy shit.
Too deep in the sauce.
It's a game called Fallout 3, and they were like, what are all the ideas we could do that are like 1950s themed? So it's like, what if we made a quest that was set in what looked like a television show of like a 1950s sitcom? And it's like, there you go, there's Tranquility Lane. What if we had like a weird 1950s neighborhood simulacra, but secretly they were cannibals? What if we had a giant 50-foot tall robot that slung a bunch of anti-communist slogans? And the ironic part is it'll be at the expense of the American government.
I see we're writing on the post-it notes again, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's literally just basic ideas of like, if you have a 50s setting, what do you do with it? And it's like, that's what you do with it. What if you had a couple Silver Age comic book characters dueling it out in the streets, being and annoying everybody? What if
Over Under Andale is actually just a reference to some obscure movie from the 1950s?
Oh, no, absolutely. What if a boy was stuck inside a fridge for 200 years? Yeah, it sounds fucking stupid, but it's like, if you're making a spoof of like 50s stuff, that was a thing that happened where it's like, survive a nuclear bomb by hiding inside a fridge. They're resistant against radiation. Is it dumb? Yes. But that's the reference.
That's it. They're a bunch of right-wing cannibals that hate communism. This framing isn't new. Fallout frames the Enclave and its pro-patriotic stance and
I mean, I think it's over the top to reference the Enclave here at this point. I feel like that's above whatever this is.
extremism is villainous.
Guys, what's Andale a reference to? There I go, critiquing and analyzing again. Pat, if it's not that deep, is Fallout 3's main quest still about U.S. international politics in the 2000s? I never said that. I said that that was a theme that likely influenced it in that respect, and there are certain parallels that you can draw with that. But at the end of the day, it's just a shitty, like, messianic story about doing the ultimate sacrifice for the good of everybody. I think New Vegas is definitely that, though.
You said the game Fallout 3 is really about like the
security state mindset.
Security state, yeah.
And it's like, what would you give up? Yeah, what freedom would you give up to have security?
Which is a pretty basic,
it's very broad.
Yeah. And would also be very relevant to a studio that's you know, based in
Maryland.
Yeah, like right outside of Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Bethesda is a exurb of the DMV area. They're in Rockville now, but you know. It's a reference to American Dad. Thank you. You're a genius, Chatter. Why is everyone gamer gatekeeping me? What freedom will you give up to have sex? Ooh. Yeah, okay, so which one of which amendment in the Bill of Rights would you give up for sex?
What's the one about minorities voting?
That one wasn't in the Bill of Rights.
Oh, the Bill of Rights. Okay, okay.
So amendments in general, women voting. Sorry, chat, you're wrong. You're wrong because you were answering the 19th Amendment before we even opened it up to amendments in general. Do y'all not know the Bill of Rights?
I know, like, some of them. I'll give up, unwarranted searches and seizures. Because I'm actually into that.
I gotta, yeah. How do you think I'm gonna have sex? When you said get this guy out of the hobby, you were referring to the hobby of Fallout fandom, but there's a cohort of people whose hobby is doing the mental game you just demonstrated. What mental game that I just demonstrated? Are you doing an iDubbbz right now? Are you like, ah, but you see, I've caught you out in hypocrisy. You identified an extremely basic theme that Fallout 3 fits into. Therefore, I can inject anti-capitalism into every minor side quest in the entire game. Like, dude, it's very obviously not that.
My hobby is gatekeeping.
Gamer gatekeeping?
Mm-hmm.
Other Patriots are also framed the same. There's less nuance there than you may appreciate, but the political stance displayed by the writers in both this game and New Vegas, as an example.
I like New Vegas drive-by here. The stance of the writers is extremely odd. What? Because there's a nuclear family in the 1950s inspired game.
We need to control F Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3. See which ones mentioned more.
Yeah, make sure you eliminate the comment section. This is political because there's a nuclear family in the 1950s inspired game. I wouldn't mind if your hobby, look, if your hobby is just like analysis in quotes and then you're making shit up, like, you know what? If that's your thing, that's your thing. But be honest about it. He is pretending that he is of the belief. He wants you to think with 100% certainty that this shit is actually here. All right. Fallout 3. I have 211 matches. New Vegas. I have 106 matches. So, in the long run, Fallout 3 is mentioned more. You are wrong, Private Sessions. But that's honestly still a criminal ratio.
I'm sorry. I need to mentally I need to change the way I'm thinking so that I can accept being wrong here.
You need to be a communist now that you've been proven wrong. That's still a brutal ratio. A Fallout 3 video should not be mentioning Fallout New Vegas this often.
Yeah.
$250.16. Our favorite boy is getting a cameo here. I'm sorry, not Maxon. That's a funny coincidence. No, another favorite boy. A picture of Saber eating a burger. How is this political? SuperRAD would have an answer for that. Hang on. Do you know this picture?
No.
There's a few of them, but I believe this is the original. I'm gonna have to convert it to fucking PNG. Thank you, Reddit, for making it a WebP. It is this picture of a character from, I believe, Fate. Her name is Saber. She is at Burger King, and she is eating a hamburger.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, I think this picture was created before the Crown incident.
Okay. Okay.
So you can't cheat and say, well, there was a video where a guy shouted the N-word on a plane. Like, sorry, that's not your, that can't be your answer. So yeah, SuperRAD would have an answer to why this is,
This really predates that?
yeah. No, this is an old hypothetical. It has to do with, like, the all art is political thing from a few years ago. Or a while ago. No, the plane incident was, like, during COVID.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So here
Funny how just a few years completely alters an interpretation.
Weird. Well, it's also weird that, like, a massive uptick in mental illness, and all of a sudden we're getting these socialist interpretations that didn't exist before.
Once you reach the game's sequel, it shows that there is strength in the rating of the series and its ability to flesh out its world, even if it is few and far between all of the surface level side quests. As you go visit the SuperRAD, you'll gain your first glimpse at Liberty Prime, one of the biggest and most in-your-face examples of American propaganda and exceptionalism that is the perfect example of this meme format. We'll get to Liberty.
Oh god.
Ooh.
He's got an example. Hang on. So, wow, cool wasteland. That's like the surface level interpretation. So the first layer is that you're Jesus Christ. Okay. The first layer you're supposed to interpret beyond this is just cool is American exceptionalism is a suicidal and destructive worldview. Okay. And then above that, the next interpretation from looking at Liberty Prime is somehow class disparity and racism are bad. And then above that is the next layer. Consumerism is unsustainable and will bring down the world with... How the fuck do you even insert a consumerism thing into Fallout in general?
Because it's a war about resources.
Is it backwards? I feel like it gets more complicated the further down it goes. I would have guessed that it's complicated at... Like, it gets more complicated the further away you get from the surface level. Because they have soda and deviled eggs? Is consumerism when you have soda?
Yes. It is the ultimate luxury good.
I thought soda started as like a headache cure. I mean, hang on, aren't soda springs a thing?
Like carbonated water.
Like naturally carbonated water?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, free, clear, sparkling soda water is available naturally in a beautiful Soda Springs Park located 2 miles north of the center of the town named Soda Springs. So almost, it's like the concept of soda is really like, if you think about it, divine. Like God put soda on this earth for Americans to discover.
Wow, cool wasteland, bro.
What's weird is, if that was just the way you interpret it, I don't even think that's like an invalid way to interpret it beyond like those sorts of people would look at the Fallout show and go like, see, it's cool, so I think it's cool.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, I'm not even number 1. Like, I'm not even at the bottom level there.
There's a
I'm
lot of
below
Fallout.
that.
There's a lot of Fallout.
I'm below that.
Oh, I don't even think it's cool. It is my personal belief Jesus turned water into cola, but people didn't know it at the time, so they just called it wine. Yeah, and then after he died and resurrected, he went to Utah.
Liberty Prime's themes and messaging when we're closer to the game's climax, but in the meantime...
Liberty Prime's themes and messaging. Dude, it's a 50-foot tall robot that throws nukes at Enclave soldiers like it's a football. It is, once again, just...
What did they mean by this?
You're looking at this image and, like, coming up with a political interpretation. I might leave her on screen.
It's so... Listen, it's so outlandish that it has to mean something. And if it means something, then it has to be political. Sorry. Them's the rules. I just work here.
It's basically the Iron Giant. Yeah, I mean, it's just like a reference. It is one of those things where it's like, I'm thinking of another meme format, but I can't place it. Where it's like, oh, it's the fucking IQ bell curve.
Yeah.
Hang on, I will pull this up for everybody. So you have the IQ bell curve. You have the 60 IQ take that I enjoy playing Fallout because they included things that are cool. And then you have the 140 IQ take that I put these things into Fallout because I think they're cool. And then you have the 100 IQ take, which I love this part because that's not how fucking IQ bell curves work. That's what I love about the format. Mm-hmm. The 100 IQ midwit take. No. The nuclear football throwing robot that dishes out slogans is saying something profound. Nothing makes someone sound more like an idiot than overanalyzing something just made for fun. I know, it's like... Oh. I deleted the hamburger girl. And I might not put her back.
RSC.
But yeah, I mean, it's just the writers included it because they thought it was cool for an audience that they wanted to think was cool. You can't watch Todd Howard explaining, like, look at VATS. We just made that guy's head explode by throwing a teddy bear at him. You can't look at that and then go, this is profound.
Isn't the Iron Giant, like, literally, like, that film came out in this era?
I think it was in the 90s.
Yeah, you're right. It was the 90s.
Put her back? Is that a political statement? Well, I'm scared of making a political statement, so by popular demand, I will have to put Saber eating a hamburger back on screen.
But it did take place in this era.
Yeah.
In, like, Cold War era. Like, he was a robot meant to be, like, fighting in World War II or something like that.
Is the Halo remake a political statement? Yes, but you're not prepared for why. Son, you're not at that level yet.
Go on?
Well, it's like, you know...
I mean, I know what it is, but...
the original Halo was pushing Nietzschean stoicism and humanity uniting to push back against the genocidal force, and the Chuds were enjoying that too much, so we need to undermine it and insert interhuman conflict so that we undermine the ethnic solidarity in favor of Yeah, you get the idea.
When does Master Chief get his what is his name? Mr. America? For the dude from The Boys. When does he get that treatment?
What, get put on ice so that he can show up in another show?
No. At the end of the series.
Oh, where he gets the shit beat out of him and like is on the ground. You're thinking of Homelander. Sorry, there's two America themed heroes in The Boys.
Okay.
I'll eat your shit. I'll fucking suck your dick. Yeah, we called that his Abby moment. Didn't SuperRAD put out a Fallout 1 video recently? SuperRAD put out a Fallout 2 video, like, yesterday.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
It's a super weapon a la the Iron Giant. Unlike the Iron Giant, however, Liberty Prime is a...
Unlike the Iron Giant. However,
Okay.
this is more in-depth. I am an adult.
commie-hating, Chinese-hating death machine that will force democracy upon you no matter how much blood it has to spill to do so. See where I'm going here? The Brotherhood has an old but...
See where I'm going here? Not really. Because again, it just kind of comes off like, yeah, it's a funny stereotype.
Yeah.
The Americans had this commie-killing machine and they didn't even deploy it in the war. They just have it sitting in the basement of the Pentagon. Like, that's just funny. Liberty Prime. Oh, what the fuck is this next point? You gotta know that he's cooking something up.
writing in this...
Can I go forward? I'm trying to dial it in. Let me make sure. 3:20:39. Gotcha. Except the Iron Giant was about gun control and jingoism, but sure, Lamau. It was a kid's movie. It was a kid's movie, so I'm going to dismiss it for now until I need to take it seriously. You just know that Rad is IRL Daniel. Yeah, no, like, legitimately, he would criticize Daniel, but at the end of the day, he's just that guy.
asking for help. The town was attacked by these ants and he hasn't seen his father for some time. He'd like you to check on his father in their house nearby while he hides out in a public shelter. Yes, there are small bomb shelters throughout the ruins, and yes, you see that right. They cost money to operate. Take a moment to let that sink in. There are people out there who believe that Fallout isn't political, that it has nothing to say on politics as a whole or on the blind worshipping of capitalism and the greed that it breeds. A preservation shelter requiring money to save your life from nuclear disaster definitely says nothing about our current economic system. So the kid's house is...
What does it say? That was insane.
If I have to explain it
Things
to you, you're not
like
intelligent
cost
enough to get
money. The vaults cost money. Wasn't it? Wasn't the vaults costing money already like saying something as a Fallout 1? These don't exist in real life and they don't work. So it's like, wouldn't it equally be critical of the system of like there were a bunch of public vaults that were free, like subsidized by the taxpayer system that also just did nothing? The American government, the capitalist system is placating the needs of the people by inventing these systems and putting them everywhere that trick the Americans into the illusion of safety, while the reality is that the Pulaski shelters don't work.
Yeah. That's where I was going.
I was like, this guy would get like 10 minutes into the first episode of Futurama, see the suicide booths, and go, oh, this says something! I'm just... He just, like, drove... That's a New Vegas video style drive-by of, like, it's a capitalist critique. I will not elaborate why.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you know, like, you should be getting it, right?
Yeah.
We're 2.5 hours into the video.
Why do people
You gotta be
keep
keeping up
commenting
at
on my
this point.
videos? If I say it with snark, it means I'm right. Salty Shrimp Pasta's return to form is just going to be like a SuperRAD call-out video. You don't have to do it, man. You have so much to live for. You're a talented creator. Oh my god, we're going back to Liberty Prime. I guess he said... I think he said that we would be coming
Yeah,
back.
well, yeah. He warned us about this.
Never let SuperRAD play a single armor core because he's going to have a brain hemorrhage. Someone needs to make an actually anti-capitalist game so this man chills out. Has he...
Trade Eden and had his
I thought that the point of the Kolaski shelters or whatever was that they were a scam. Yeah, and like, it's just a funny idea. Because it's like, why would you believe that there is a fallout shelter that you can just hop into that's like just a tiny little bunker on the surface that costs like $5? Why is that a statement? It's just kind of like amusing.
Yeah.
Yeek isn't anti-capitalist. I'm not sure Yeek knows what it is. The problem with finding the anti-capitalist game is that there's a bunch of people who are giving wrong answers.
forces set up security around the area. Elder Lyons will agree after you inform him that the Gek is in the hands of the Enclave, and he'll okay the use of Liberty Prime, the walking, talking, anti-communist death machine that throws nukes like footballs. No, he really does that. What follows is Fallout 3's most on-the-nose example of political commentary within the universe of the game.
Oh, oh boy, this is the most on the nose. Liberty Prime fighting the Enclave is the most on the nose political commentary. I wasn't sure how it was political commentary. I just thought it was ironic.
I just thought it was cool. Actually, I didn't even think that.
I didn't even think it was cool. I just think it's ironic. It's funny. The pro-America death machine is being used to fight the remnant of the American government. Like, it's funny. He's probably... Does he go for, like, the Enclave aren't really democratic, so, like, that's why he's killing them? Is definitely not just that he's been reprogrammed by the Brotherhood to do this.
Game. It's so obvious what they tried to convey to you with Liberty Prime that it is still absolutely incredible. People refuse to believe that these games are political.
So, has he ever talked about Saints Row 4? Do you know how Saints Row 4 opens?
No.
Chat, quick sidebar. I need to show private sessions how Saints Row 4 opens. Not the opening, but like, I think it's
the
like
one where
this...
you have like, where you have superpowers.
Yes.
And like aliens invade and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. So this is very early into the game.
Breakfast sure smells good.
Leave it to the Saints. Brought to you by Friendly Fryer, the only choice in home cookware.
Oh my god, I can't believe how racist this is.
SuperRAD would play this and think that Saints Row 4 is like a master commentary on capitalism, and definitely not that it's just like doing a reference.
Oh yeah.
No, this is for the so you get captured by the aliens and they put you into a simulation to like keep you prisoner. And so, like, that's why it's framed this way, like, where, like, you're not really able to do much, and you're forced to, like, walk around at, like, a slow speed. I hope this isn't licensed music. But, like, SuperRAD is looking at this, and he's just teeming with this is political commentary. And I'm pretty sure they just thought, like, this would be funny.
I really, really want to know SuperRAD's opinion on this now.
Again, it's just he lives in this weird world where he thinks that, like, this is some kind of profound commentary that is so obvious that you're stupid for not getting it.
Just Liberty Prime's existence in this scene is commentary. Don't you get it?
There is a robot that spouts anti-communist slogans in our 1950s game. This is profound. He's so desperate for political internet points from some group I can't figure out. You really... It's just like a shitty bread tube thing. Imagine looking at fucking Fallout 3 and going, ah yes, the critique of capitalism. The masters of attacking the system. Bethesda Game Studios. The company that completely abandoned their old fan base to appeal to the normies as much as possible.
And then sold out to Microsoft.
Yeah, sold themselves out to Microsoft, bought tons of game studios, fucked over tons of employees. Before they were even owned by Microsoft, they were fucking people over.
Yep. I mean, just look at the story of how they acquired.
No, they are artists.
Franchise.
Yeah. Yeah. Even how they acquired Fallout was just like a sordid tale of capitalism. Would Liberty Prime be the GURPS equivalent to Atom Smasher? No, because Liberty Prime gets used twice and then blows up in Broken Steel because they realized, like, here's the thing. Liberty Prime's bit was so good, they had to blow him up. Because he would have just ruined the entirety of Broken Steel.
Memorial is an attack on the concept of American patriotism. The Enclave is the face of American patriotism, meant to show the flaws that blindly loving your country creates. Being proud of your country for the sake of it. Believing you're better than others and using that as justification to force their hands.
What does Liberty Prime's obviousness have to do with any of this, though? That sounds like it's just the Enclave, which is Bethesda's copying someone else's homework. You're just willfully ignorant for not realizing Broken Steel is an obvious reference to the Second Tower. Broken Steel did feel like the Second Tower going down.
The Enclave is America.
No, I mean, like, is he gonna mention that the Brotherhood of Steel are also remnants of America? Arguably, like, truer to America because they were willing to betray the military for the sake of their own sense of ethics. Whereas the Enclave were, like, yes men who just nodded along as the country became increasingly fascistic. Or are we just going to be like super surface level? Look, guys, the Enclave are American patriots, but they're being blown up by American patriotism.
And America can be evil. Nathan's blind American patriotism got him locked up by the exact people he idolized, and those individuals then went on to try to either wipe out all life in the wasteland or take control of everything by force.
Yeah, that was pretty bad of them.
Nathan?
From Megaton? Yeah, so like when you go to Raven Rock, he's like held prisoner there.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I got caught up with that and Nate from Fallout 4. I was like,
Nate
hold on,
from
are we
Fallout
doing a
3.
Fallout?
Nate the Rake. Nate the Rake Higgers.
Are geneticists. They're American.
You just love to skirt around the fact that Fallout 3 is a cutting critique of the second Trump administration.
Yeah.
Patriots. They're nationalists. They're Nazis.
There it is. He was
He
really
had that in the chamber.
Yep. He's like, man, this explains it all.
You
right?
got him, man.
Like, this was the telling part. Being able to put American patriots and Nazis in the same sentence.
Mm-hmm. It's all the same thing, man. I wonder why people didn't take this well.
They're meant to show the parallels between these groups in the real world. How easy it is to fall to prejudice, bigotry, and fascism, despite claiming the contrary. Despite discussing the concept of freedom, it seems the Enclave has no idea what freedom actually is. It's one of the more nuanced aspects of Fallout as a whole.
Is it nuanced? Because I'm pretty sure they're just dudes in black armor who are, like, generically evil. Like, the Enclave in Fallout 3 is, like, just the fucking Empire from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like, they exist to be evil. It's one of the more nuanced aspects of Fallout.
I mean, you know, when you're sitting there just inserting whatever you want into the writers' mouths because they aren't saying anything.
No, he thinks nuance is when you get to call someone a Nazi and compare them to patriotism.
Yeah.
One that Fallout 3 gets to play off of, but would probably never be able to come up with on its own.
Fallout 3 is good. It definitely would not be able to come up on its own. So it's like he's almost there. He's like, they're copying someone else's phone mark. But it's like... I'm really nuancing all over the screen right now. Watching the robot auto-complete the sequence for me.
Yeah, so, okay, so Liberty Prime, that one's obvious, but the Enclave, you gotta noodle those ones. That one makes them more nuanced.
Yeah. As someone who would identify himself as woke, SuperRAD is pissing me off with this projected intellectual superiority. It's like saying Shadow of the Colossus, and then he hit enter too early. I think you were also going to run out of characters. But I would understand why it's frustrating. You do have to, like, disown people like this. Because it's like,
yeah,
just call it out where it exists. Like, holy shit. Like, we were watching that feral historian guy, and it was like, he appropriately handled the concept of nuance by talking about something where it actually exists.
Yeah.
Shadow of the Colossus, Rhodes, is about imperialism. Yeah, the John Green approach of just inserting fascism everywhere you possibly can. And it's like, yeah, I did it just because, like, it's the generic shorthand these types of writers use for evil. Just imagine if somebody wanted to take over everything by force.
I still like my idea of doing a YouTube channel where it's just media analysis, but you got to flip a coin and argue that point.
That would be funny. You should do that. We should do that for a couple weeks as just like 10-minute videos, so that we can turn them over very fast. But so, like, we curate a list of topics, we do the coin flip, and then, like, we just, like, Salty, can we borrow your voice? So we'll write, like, oh no, I was thinking, would it be possible? This is a thing on YouTube. I've seen multi-audio track videos exist otherwhere.
Oh,
do you think there's a way we can gain access to that? Because I would love we should write an identical, like, Chud versus woke version of a video, but it's different tracks. And so you just select whether you want the Chud or the woke version of the video. That would be a fun prompt. Even then, even if we can't do that, we just do 2 uploads, and it's the same exact editing, but one is presented like one is coming up with all the chud interpretations, and one's coming up with all the woke interpretations. So, are you working on Fallout New Vegas? Yes, we're doing New Vegas and 3 at the same time because for the problems that this video is suffering.
Well, I think we have. I think we know how we're gonna do your Outer Worlds 2 video.
What would be funnier? No. If I'm doing Outer Worlds 2, I would just like randomly oscillate. So I identify all the points in the script where I could identify it, and then like each time you just roll the dice and come up with the bad faith opposite interpretation. So if you just went back and forth over and over, it would drive people crazy. I would love to see like clips of it being posted on Twitter where it's like, did we watch the same video? You had a part where he was like advocating for fascism. What's this clip of him saying that like Auntie's choice is actually a metaphor for trans people overcoming the fascistic system?
And before,
because I love the meme, and I want to push it more. Bad faith conservative readings of media. It's just it's the same thing as what SuperRAD is doing, but you just do it the other way. And I did say that stuff's only funny as long as this stuff unironically comes out.
Yeah.
If this sort of YouTube video that was like inserting leftist interpretations into media that doesn't exist, if that stops being a thing on YouTube, then it would no longer be funny to do the like based Thesda takes.
Yeah.
we get into the comments, I am not calling American Nazis. Don't go into the comments saying I called Americans Nazis.
I mean,
that's almost like I need to clip that. If this is a problem you think you're predicting, and you're predicting it because that's how we interpreted it, please don't go into the comments saying I called Americans Nazis, because that's exactly how it came off.
No, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It came off as him calling American patriots Nazis, which I'm pretty sure he actually was.
He was drawing the direct line from like patriotism to nationalism to National Socialism.
Yeah.
This is where now you have to call him out as a traitor. You have to leave a comment that's like, "How could you betray us? We thought you were in with the group, but you're too scared to even call Americans Nazis."
Yeah.
Please don't say I said what I said. Why would you even admit this? If you knew it was going to happen and you knew it's going to bother you when you see people saying this, why would you admit that? Because people will say it just to bother you because you're bothering them.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. It's because, again, he is calling Americans Nazis, but he wants to, like,
Just say that he didn't?
Yes, say that he didn't, so that then people will then say that he did, so then...
Right. Then he has the clip.
Yeah.
I was taken out of context. But it's like, no, let's go back. Let's be sure.
And
then when people say like, "Oh, you're getting upset about it," he'll be like, "No, I'm not upset that people are saying, that I said that. I'm upset that I've been misquoted here."
Right. Yeah, because he's saying the Enclave are genetic purists. They're American patriots.
Purists, American patriots. They're nationalists.
They're nationalists. They're Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's kind of interesting. So a group of people can be both patriots and Nazis and represent Americans. Isn't that interesting?
They're meant to show the parallels between these groups in the real world.
So there's parallels between patriots, nationalists, and Nazis, and if they're American.
Yes.
How easy it is to fall to prejudice, bigotry, and fascism, despite claiming the contrary.
So even though the American patriots might claim to the contrary that they're not Nazis, they still easily fall into that trajectory.
Despite discussing the concept of freedom, it seems the Enclave has no idea what freedom actually is. It's one of the more nuanced aspects of Fallout as a whole.
So these patriots don't understand what freedom actually is.
One that Fallout 3 gets to play off of, but would probably never be able to come up with on its own. And before we get into the comments, I am not calling American Nazis. Don't...
Ain't that the damnedest thing? Tim Kaine said the Enclave were based off the X-Files, so they were basically the deep state. Yeah, I mean, I buy it. That's how they're generally portrayed.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Listen, yes, you did not have a line where you said Americans are Nazis. That's not a thing that happened.
You just
got 99% of the way there.
Yeah. You just set it up so that people who stopped right before you put in the disclaimer would assume.
Because they were stun-locked by what you just said.
Yeah. And again, that's kind of how you have to... That is the mentality you gotta approach this with. Like, we're just watching the best of. But imagine just sitting here listening to like 40 minutes of like plot synopsis and like whatever.
Hang on.
And then this comes.
Yeah, I think it had been like 20 minutes since our last meaningful point, which was about the Kolaski shelters. So like,
yeah.
What was he talking about before this? We're at 341. So he's talking about like he's setting up the finale, you know. He's talking about like after you escape Raven Rock, but before the big march to the Jefferson Memorial. And he's just talking about kind of the events of the quest, and then suddenly, here we are, Americans are Nazis. I don't know, it would just bug me. It's worse than the New Vegas video, because the New Vegas video has stretches where, like, you could go a couple hours before the next flashbang, whereas this is, like, he feels more self-conscious about it, so now it's more frequent. I'm going to say Salt Factory is better. No, Salt Factory is better just because he recognizes that you shouldn't flashbang the audience with this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I going to say?
We're talking about flashbanging the audience. 20 minutes. 20 minutes before points. Americans are Nazis. We were on the subject of, like, if you're just idly listening to this.
Yeah. Oh, right. What was his rationale for putting in the disclaimer there? Like, what is he thinking the audience is doing at that moment? Is it they're kind of just like listening, and then their ears perk up because he said a bunch of words like in a row? Like, why would he think his audience is going to think he's calling Americans Nazis?
Leslie, you're in the minority, though, because you're a hater. And you can't really sustain an audience off of, like, ironic hate watching. So it's like, to me, it's like, I think SuperRAD would have more appeal if... He doesn't have to... I'm not advocating for silencing the guy, and I said this last stream. If he just contained his political autism to a small section, put a disclaimer at the front, here's the timestamp that you go to, if this sort of thing bothers you. If it doesn't, you know, I'm going to contain all of the politics of the video to this one point, so that it's just kind of a pointed video essay. Because I don't even think H-Bomber Guy would do something like this, of like just randomly bringing up politics throughout the video. When H-Bomber Guy, I've seen, talks about politics in regards to like media analysis, he'll just have a section, because that strengthens the point. If he wants to have a bunch of examples of, I think the game is anti-capitalist, he'll go through all of the examples in one sitting. And that not only does that strengthen the point, it lets people know, here's the section you skip if you really don't want to hear this. But it's just, even if you know, you're expecting your audience to be an adult and to hear things that they don't want to hear, it also means that, like, okay, I got through the politics section, now I can just enjoy hearing the guy talk about the video game. I don't think hate watchers watch the whole video, just clips. No, trust me. Lesty and FaZe Walker have watched these full videos. I think I think they did watch parties of it too.
See, hate watchers come on a bell curve, right?
Yeah. This goes both ways, though. You have to be an adult and hear things you don't want to hear in the comments. Yeah, for sure. And he reads the comments. I think it's just he doesn't like the comments that he gets. And I don't blame him, because I'm sure he gets some less than intelligent comments about the whole communism thing when it's more nuanced than that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's his fault, because while it is more nuanced than that, he doesn't give a lot of clues as to what he actually believes. You kind of have to infer what he believes from the way that he talks. And like when you're doing that, at that point, it's just like the safe thing to do is assume he's a communist.
You can't know what I believe because I haven't said what I believe.
A leftist YouTube commentary channel, that's what a breadtuber is. I would argue it goes a step further. It has to do with the way that they insert politics into their videos. I think I've talked about this on stream before, the alt-right pipeline conspiracy theory. There's a theory that, like, you know, you're watching some guy on YouTube play City Skylines, and then you get recommended a Private Sessions video. And it's like, that was really entertaining. I liked watching Private Sessions analyze City Skylines. And then you see in the recommendation tab, PatricianTV. And PatricianTV, he's reviewing Oblivion. I like Oblivion. But he's got some weird takes in here. He seems a little more conservative than that Private Sessions fellow. And then, you know, and then before you know it, you're watching Synthetic Man and you're posting slurs on Twitter. Like, there's a conspiracy theory that that's exactly how it works. And so breadtubers are like counter-signaling that theory. They want to create their own pipeline, but the other way.
Ah, okay. So you start with somebody who is just like really, really gentle on it.
Yeah. And then
they're like maybe they're just playing as, you know, they're a white man, but they're playing as a black female character.
Yeah.
In World of Warcraft.
To be fair, I couldn't grasp your politics from your videos because they're not a big part of it. That's why I kind of hate the Fallout project, because it's just like it's inserted this the only blunt way to say it is this retardation into it, because 99% of the people I've seen talk politics are just like inane. And then it's like the only good political videos I've seen covering Fallout have been by like Warlocracy and Feral Historian. Those are the only like nuanced, competent people I've seen talk about politics. Everybody else sounds insane.
Because most rational people will look at it and just be like, I ain't touching that shit.
Yeah.
Don't go into the comments saying I called Americans Nazis. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about a specific subset of individuals, not Americans. This is not a brushing statement. This is a huge disclaimer. Do not come into my comments with this shit. I swear to God.
I swear to God.
He swears to God. Chad, he believes in God. And he not only that, he will swear by God. And that's why he is accursed. Listen, it's just an expression.
What is the specific group?
The Enclave.
Is it the Enclave?
Yeah, what he said verbatim is the Enclave are patriots, nationalists, Nazis.
Yeah, no. But then listen to what he's saying in his disclaimer there. It sounds more like he's talking about some other group that is not Americans.
I think he's poorly making it a squares and rectangles situation, where all the Enclave are all Americans, but not all Americans are the Enclave.
I read it as like he's just talking about American nationalists.
About a specific subset of individuals, not Americans. This is not a brushing statement. This is a huge disclaimer.
I think the problem is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
he's waffling about this disclaimer. I don't think he scripted this. I think that while he was recording, he realized this is something that could get me a lot of comments, so he's throwing a disclaimer in like mid-recording.
Yeah, so that he can get the comments.
You think this is comment bait?
Oh, absolutely.
Like 3 hours and 40 minutes into the video?
Yes.
None of this is scripted. I'm telling you right now, this is scripted. Not the disclaimer that we currently have on screen, but the video itself, it's scripted. Because if this is what he sounds like when he's unscripted, then like the whole video is very organized. Listen, it can be scripted and he just writes in a way that's disorganized. It's called stream of consciousness, where you just kind of write what comes to mind. And note that I didn't say it's bad. I just said that it's like, it's a different way.
It's not bad, it's just different.
Yeah. And don't take the intonation as us saying different, bad. No, just it's different.
The video or the approach?
I'd say it's not scripted
This video,
and edited back to
this
resemble
video is
structure.
bad.
No, I'm telling you right now, go watch like Lore Runner. That's what an unscripted video essay thing looks like.
Yeah.
You will see that there's a difference. There's no amount of editing that you can just ramble into the mic and it turns out looking like this. This is written.
Do not come into my comments with this shit. I swear to God. Liberty Prime, meanwhile, represents American militarism and might, its ability to fight and oppress its enemies. Fitted with a voice module, Prime will also spew propaganda while terrorizing the enemy and any obstruction in its path. Again, the fact that it throws nukes like footballs should be a self-explanatory example of America's willingness to decimate its enemies using nuclear warfare in the past.
Nuclear? We got him.
No, listen, it's a deep cut, actually. He's referencing,
But not the Chinese.
George
Listen,
W. Bush.
listen. Real historical examples of using nuclear warfare in the past, not just in the Fallout universe.
But I thought we were.
And actually, America,
thought we weren't.
the Vault-Tec did nuke America.
I thought we weren't talking about real life Americans. I thought we were just sticking to the Enclave.
Right. No, we're talking about real life America now. Keep up. We weren't talking. We were only not talking about real life Americans with the Nazis comment. But now we are talking about real life Americans. Keep up. Keep up.
It's not framed as a tragedy or a war crime, it's framed as sport.
Yeah, because it's funny. It's hilarious. It's a very funny visual that they came up with. The guy with the infinite backpack full of nukes, like, yeah, it's funny.
As something as American as apple pie. Liberty Prime is a caricature of America at the time of the Great War. Its enemy is both China and communism. It wants the American people to hate communism as well.
I don't think Liberty Prime exists for the benefit of the American people. Again, it's a guy walking around with nuclear weapons. I don't think they're, like, bringing him out on parades. I'm pretty sure, like, it's just over the top for the sake of the player. Why the fuck would he have lines in English about how communism is a bad thing? Again,
Because
remember, this thing lives in the Pentagon's basement.
No. You got it right. He goes out on parades and chucks nukes
At
targets.
Canadians.
Yeah. He chucks nukes at ships in the harbor there.
Caricature. He nearly had a moment of self-awareness. He nearly realized that almost it's just stylistic.
Important American government that
It was meant to be used in Alaska and to boost the morale of the troops in Alaska. Yeah. I like to choose to believe that the idea was so retarded that they couldn't even commit to it. That's why it lives in the Pentagon's basement. It's like, this is too stupid. Please, for the love of God, just send in the power armor troops. I mean, it's a play on, like, the stupid shit the American government, like, would come up with in the technological arms race during that time period. It's like, what if we could use dolphins as spies to find Russian submarines? And it's like, bro, what the fuck have you been smoking? It's like LSD. And it's like, oh,
Yeah.
I guess that's how you came up with it.
Let me tell you about this MK Ultra idea we got.
Yeah.
You love capitalism and hate
I'm sorry. I think we skipped like a second. What the fuck?
communism. It wants the American people to hate communism as well. It's important to the American government that you love capitalism and hate communism.
I mean, I don't think a love for capitalism is important to the American government. I think it was just a hate of communism. And that is a different thing. There is a distinction there. Because America's not capitalistic. I mean, I guess like from a propaganda sense you could argue that. Don't tell me how I feel, SuperRAD. I will give him credit. I think that what he's saying is that from your perspective as an American citizen, this is what the government wants of you. It wants you to love capitalism. It wants you to hate communism. That's fine. I don't think he's telling you how you feel in that sense.
Oh no, I was reading it as within this setting. That's what the government wants.
That too. Yes, there is that layer of it. But I mean, I think he's saying it's allegorical, which for the time period it's critiquing is correct. Yes, there was a time period in which the American government broadly wanted those goals, at least the hating communism part.
Yes.
That is a better way to do that than to frame communism as an attack. Communism is a temper and hate communism. That is vilified, and what better way to do that than to frame communism as an attack on the American people? Liberty Prime says communism is a temporary setback on the road to freedom. You are being told that freedom and communism are mutually exclusive. You are...
Well,
they are.
I mean...
I've yet to see an example in which they're not. Listen, that's just Judaism. It's not even really communism.
Being attacked.
I love the lore that Karl Marx is actually like just a neat.
Well, he ran a factory. I think it was a shoe factory, and
therefore
he had a lot of kids. I believe these are true facts. I could be lied to. Imagine using a cartoon robot as the tentpole for your whole argument. This is honestly like the closest to like Steven Universe is a deep philosophical, like shut the fuck up. and in the same vein, like Liberty Prime being the like top dog in your arsenal of Fallout 3's political arguments.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's pretty rough.
Oh, Marx wasn't neat. Engels ran the factory. I thought Marx had a family.
Said concept is bad. You, as an American, must fight against it.
Based. True.
In reality, freedom is the least of the government's worries. The government at the time, and even now in the real world, is a system that yearns for control and power. They vilify.
Hang on. Let him cook.
It's yep. He hasn't gone off too much yet. I'm just getting concerned here because he says even in today's, that's when my ears start to perk up. It's like,
How does he have all these unique weapons, but he doesn't have the unique combat shotgun? Isn't that weird?
The terrible shotgun?
Yeah. He just has the normal combat shotgun. The terrible shotgun, I think, is the easiest or the second easiest unique gun to get.
Yeah. I pretty much had it in like every run. Ironically, I don't remember even where you get it.
Yeah, it's just like
it just like appear in my fucking inventory at some point.
There's a raider merchant that lives in a dungeon that you kill, and he drops the terrible shotgun.
Oh right, yeah. And Evergreen Mills.
Yes. And
okay.
So I got the terrible shotgun on my energy weapons playthrough, and that's what I gave Charon to use. And it's still pretty good. I like that. Why does he have mostly guns? I don't know what Old Painless is. Why does he have mostly guns, but he's mainly using the unique plasma rifle?
I mean, the unique plasma rifle is like
It's really
one
good,
of,
yes.
if not the best weapon outside of like the fucking alien blaster.
The alien blaster is hard to get without doing Mothership Zeta.
Yeah. He's probably at the point, like, he's probably doing this, like, at the end of the game, so it's like,
Oh yeah,
he
look at his health.
has guns, he has guns and energy weapons maxed out, so now it's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna use, like, you know,
I'm
the
gonna use
most
whatever.
powerful, the most powerful,
Still don't get why
weapon.
you wouldn't have the terrible shotgun at that point.
Amplify what threatens them. Liberty Prime continues with quotes like,
Gauss rifle mogs any other weapon. I was using the Gauss rifle on an energy weapons playthrough, and the sniper rifle did more fucking damage than the Gauss rifle on the energy weapons playthrough where my gun skill was lower. Like, unironically, so I was doing an energy weapons playthrough and I was trying to get through Operation Anchorage, which is not easy at all. And it was legitimately just fucking easier to use the sniper rifle. Even though that wasn't like... I think my gun skill was probably around 20. I don't know how people get mileage out of the Gauss rifle. It just doesn't seem like it does anything for me.
I don't know.
I think it's more like the sniper rifle just is, it's consistent. And it's that good.
Yeah.
democracy will never be defeated, and embrace democracy or you will be eradicated. There is nothing more American than saying embrace our political systems or we'll kill you.
I don't know. These are feeling like statements.
Terms like the Red Menace are used. All communists will be killed. Death is a preferable alternative to communism. Like, come on, man. It's some of the most basic and blatant propaganda, and it's being played for a laugh to show how absurd the concept of American patriotism is.
Yeah, okay, listen. I won't disagree that it's being played to show how absurd it is, but I think you're otherwise reading way too deep into it. I think it's just a funny bit.
Yeah.
Gauss rifle is bugged in VATS, but sneak crits on it are some of the highest per shot damage you get on an energy weapon. That's probably why I didn't use it, because past the point, Operation Anchorage makes sneak attacks hard to do. And for that energy weapons playthrough, I was leaning on VATS a lot.
And how absurd vilification of other political and economic structures is.
How is the giant robot that fucking throws nukes like footballs commentary on the vilifications of other economic structures?
Well, he's saying communism is evil and will be eradicated.
In blatant propaganda, and it's being played for a laugh to show how absurd the concept of American patriotism is, and how absurd vilification of other political and...
No, I don't see how the giant fucking robot shows how absurd vilification of other economic and political structures is. I'm pretty sure it's just... Because American patriotism was a big thing after 9/11. That was where that whole era of like, look at, I got my American flag shorts on for 4th of July.
Yeah.
All that shit came from. I'm
all those fucking the magnets that people would put on their cars, the different ribbons.
Yeah. That was that time period. So it's like, it makes sense that you in 2008 you have a giant walking robot that's like a parody of American patriotism. Right? Yeah. I don't then see how you take the next step of saying, therefore the giant robot is saying it's absurd to vilify communism. It's really not saying that at all. It's just saying, look how fucking over the top American patriotism can get. Everything he says loops me back to remembering that Emil is the biggest normie on the planet who would never think of this shit for more than 5 seconds. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Emil's mind space, like the reason that I give credence to the idea that Fallout 3 is loosely about the security state is because that's like the biggest thing that was going on at the time that the game was being written.
Yeah.
It was 9/11, it was the Patriot Act and the Iraq War. Like, that's what was going on.
And again, they're only like 30 minutes from DC, so it's like ground zero.
Yeah.
So, you know, Emil's seeing the fucking billboards as he's driving into work like every day.
And it's like, this seems like it'd be for a game set in
Remember,
DC.
remember
This
like
seems
all
like a
those
good
fucking
theme.
crazy ass billboards we were seeing in
Yeah.
DC? Like, I can't even imagine what they were seeing.
We were seeing like DC
during-
statehood billboards and like
Yeah.
what at the Pentagon station ads for like Telegram.
Yeah.
No, okay, sorry.
For Telegram and like
A
fucking,
defense
like,
satellite company.
defense. Yeah, yeah.
Which I'm like,
Yeah,
again, that's
DC advertising goes hard.
that seems like something that would be more prescient to parody. Is like the metro station for the Pentagon is an ad for a fucking defense satellite company. Because it's like usually you associate subway ads with like the things that people on the subway would buy, but like since it's the Pentagon, it's like all the Pentagon workers that take the subway are like seeing this ad for this thing that like nobody on the subway can afford a fucking defense satellite. So it's just kind of funny. Emil gets ideas that aren't thought through at all. I would say he gets ideas that aren't well executed.
Yeah.
I think he thinks them through. I think they make sense to him. It's just that, like SuperRAD, he doesn't know how to realize his vision.
Economic structure. Cool robot make Enclave go boom, and for some reason that's keep in mind this isn't
Hang on.
vilification of other political and
That's
economic
all it is.
structures is. Cool robot make Enclave go boom, and for some reason that's all a lot of individuals who play the game ended up seeing.
Yeah, like you said, that's all it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not taking my schizo pills right
Little
now.
Nemo's not that deep, bro. What do you think Emil's muse is? Probably his wife. Yeah, it's just... He is spitting... We are getting a lot of screen time for a fucking gag character.
Yeah. Again, if this is your tent pole.
I think fucking, like,
Your
Roy
whole
Phillips... Roy Phillips has more to say in terms of politics than goddamn
Yeah.
Liberty Prime.
This is what Fallout 3 does to a motherfucker. You either turn your brain off or it fucking short circuits.
Short circuit is a good way to put it. I'm Father Elijah. I'm evil.
Keep in mind critiquing capitalism structures is. Cool robot make Enclave go boom, and for some reason that's all a lot of the game ended up seeing. Keep in mind this isn't even me critiquing capitalism. I'm not
Guys, I'm not critiquing capitalism. I'm just inserting an interpretation that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Why can't you see the difference?
Again, I wasn't thinking that until you brought it up. Like, I wasn't thinking that you were calling all Americans Nazis until you brought it up, and then you started, like, embellishing on it more and more, and I'm like, wait a second, hold on. Are you doing the thing? So is he going to now start going into a critique of capitalism?
Let me show you what a real critique of capitalism looks like.
Yeah, well, yeah, like, that's basically
Listen,
what's going on
SuperRAD.
here.
SuperRAD, if I say that Starfield is based because it doesn't let you have sex before marriage, right? Isn't that... I'm inserting a theme that didn't purposefully exist. I'm just reading into something that's not really there. Wouldn't you say that's a critique of, like, the whole woke progressivism of Starfield? Like, I'm counter-signaling what the game's actually about. Wouldn't you... You would take it as a political statement, right?
Yes.
I believe all he's doing is comment bait. I don't buy that there's fucking comment bait 3 hours and 43 minutes into the video. This might just be
think
his
he's
unironic
just-
shit opinion.
Yeah, I think his brain is just falling out of his ears at this point.
Starfield lets you have sex. Sorry, you're wrong. But only after you marry someone. What else
You
would
don't
the
get to see it,
well-rested
I
buff
think.
be?
Yeah.
Fallout 3 is as deep as a kiddie pool, and SuperRAD and other video essayists decided to dive headfirst and crack their skulls open. Yeah, now they're drowning in an inch of water.
Not critiquing America. Not what the game is trying to show you. The themes.
I'm not critiquing America.
I'm just trying to.
I'm just saying their government wants you to like capitalism and to hate communism. And that it's a road to National Socialism.
Yeah. And that all Americans are racist bigots.
That's all a lot of individuals who play the game ended up seeing. Keep in mind, this isn't even me critiquing capitalism. I'm not critiquing America. I'm pointing out what the game is trying to show you. The themes and messages that it is trying to convey. That
if he can sit there and pretend that the comments are, if he can sit there and misquote and misinterpret the comments, I can absolutely sit here and misquote and misinterpret what he's saying here.
Art is subjective. Your whole critique of his critique is ridiculous. Oh no. Listen, guys, you can't criticize my video. It's art, which makes it subjective.
Yes.
And so when I am objectively correct within the subjective framework that I have created for myself.
Let's go. This is all just my opinion, man.
Thank you, chatter, for justifying why Fallout 76 is an anti-vax story. Because, listen, the art is subjective, and I am going to insert my conservative shit takes into it. You can, it's just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I'm glad you agree. No, I'm not buying for it. There is no amount of minutes of white guy leftist video essay that you can subject me to that's going to make me think that Liberty Prime is any deeper than it's just a giant funny robot. You know what? I will concede the ground. It's making fun of the absurdity of American patriotism. That's about as much as you're going to get in terms of politics.
Yeah. But even that is really stretching it. I think the reason it's here is because it's funny and it's an Iron reference. It's an Iron Giant reference.
I think the artists just wanted to make the model.
Yeah. Yep.
I think it was something where like the
Todd
artists...
Todd was like, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, the artists and the animators and the game designers all came together and were like, this is a cool idea. How do we make it work? And then like...
And Todd came up with the idea of like, it's got to be in the last mission.
Yeah, that was Todd's contribution.
Yep.
Sometimes it really is that it just looks cool.
And again, it's like this. What's more likely, what SuperRAD's saying here, or that doesn't even have like any sort of really supporting evidence or anything like that, or what we're saying, which is based off of decades of experience playing Bethesda games and
the way that they talk about their own games.
Between the two of us, like literal thousands of hours of research and writing and stuff about these games and their development process. And basically living in their heads for 4 or 5 years now.
I don't even want to do an appeal to authority. If a large portion of the community, as he's about to say, are coming to this extremely obvious conclusion, then sometimes it's walking and talking like a duck because it is.
Yeah. But he's saying the exact opposite, that most players aren't noticing this. And it's just like, yeah, it's almost like...
Most players don't notice the schizophrenic hallucinations, yeah.
That are so on that somehow a large portion of the community can still miss overall. You tell some Fallout fans that Fallout is political and they will get aggressively mad at you. Tell them that
you're leaving out a lot of the context here, because I don't think you ever said the words Fallout is political in sentence, end video, publish.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was a whole bunch of other things that you said accompanying that statement that might have been more upsetting. Perhaps it was it the Gamergate rant? Was it House is the evil and the embodiment of hang on, so House is within 10 seconds of each other. This is like the craziest 10 seconds possible. 3:43:37. Let's just revisit what he said. What he's saying he didn't say.
Yeah.
Follow New Vegas. Follow New in the grand narrative of New Vegas as a whole. House is the embodiment of capitalism and how power can lead to a monopoly. As strong as the NCR and the Legion can be, they still have to live within House's world.
This is within the first 20 minutes of the video. So the main note so far, House is the embodiment of capitalism.
He is what capitalism and a monopoly can ultimately lead to, an authoritarian who keeps out those he does not deem fit to enter his world, and those that do must bow down before him, even if they've never seen him in person before. In this way, we can consider Mr. House to be similar to the Legion. He is an evil that exists within the world of New Vegas.
Guys, I was just pointing out that Fallout is political. There was nothing else I said in relation to that. By the way, Fallout, Mr. House is capitalism personified, and he's evil. No, Pat, you're not understanding. He said he's an evil that exists in the world. He didn't say he is evil.
Ah, yes.
There's a meaningful
I
distinction.
talk about New Vegas a lot. In most of my retrospectives, I have something to say about New Vegas that relates to my opinion on the topic at hand.
343.37. Decent analysis, in my opinion. The decent analysis, in your opinion, is that Mr. House represents capitalism, which he really doesn't, and that he is an objective evil comparable to the Legion. That's decent analysis? Is it decent analysis, or is it just something that you agree with? Because there is a difference. I don't really agree with H-Bomber Guy politically, but I can acknowledge that H-Bomber Guy does decent analysis.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with it. Therefore, it is good analysis.
Yeah, it's pretty deep. Yeah, it's pretty deep. He's evil. Wow. Why are you mad? I'm telling you Fallout is political. Liberty Prime is a deep metaphor about capitalism, I think. I don't know. I'm making this up as I go. I'm writing this as it comes to mind.
Please don't blast me in the comments. I swear to God.
Yeah, it's just like, let's stop pretending for a second. Not only is this has been done better by other YouTubers. Like H-Bomber Guy's video is good. I don't think I'm pretty sure one of the conclusions of the H-Bomber Guy video, if I remember correctly, is that it doesn't really have any kind of deep politics to it compared to New Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Did he even say why House was evil? Maybe he says it later in the video, but like he just, yeah. Again, that's why I'm like, he needs to redraft this, organize it into one place so that he can really focus his thoughts down on if he identifies as a part of his analysis the House is evil, and he comes up with a list of reasons why. They shouldn't be buried like deep into the video on the whole like in the Mr. House section. They should be in the concise like political analysis so that when you say House is evil, you follow it up with and here's why.
Well, he's evil. Well, he explained why he's evil before he said he's evil. He said he keeps people out that he doesn't want. Like he picks and chooses who gets to come in, and they have to like basically worship at his feet and do exactly what he says, and that's why he's evil.
And prim model. Is that just the Brotherhood of Steel? I guess they're technically like in The Yes Man is their best ending. You can get them a good NCR ending, but Yes Man I think is probably the Brotherhood's best. How would you know you're only bouncing around timestamps? I admit that that can be a fundamental failure. However, if you were critiquing some political statement I gave, and I said, well, you know, if I said, Starfield is a game about why Joe Biden was a bad president. If I said that in my Starfield video and at like the 18-minute mark, and you were like, why do you think that? It's kind of bad that you don't elaborate on why. And then I said, well, 6 hours into the video, I finally start talking about why I think that Starfield is an analysis of why Joe Biden was a bad president. You shouldn't accept that as an answer. You know what I mean? I try to keep it all compartmentalized, where sometimes this happens, but it's more like, you know, if I'm talking in the magic section and I mentioned something in the combat section like 2 hours ago, you know, sometimes that kind of miscommunication happens, and it's a struggle that you have to deal with. It's part of the skill of writing.
It's why my compromise is usually I'll just repeat a point then.
Yeah, that's the easiest way. It's good to repeat yourself if that's what's necessary. But it's like, then there's this stuff where it's like, I'm not gonna be impressed by the whole you need to sit through the 5 hours of boring synopsis to understand my random spicy takes, because the whole problem is the random spicy takes.
If the criticism against how I'm viewing it is he literally explains that you cut him off right before he explained it, okay, fine. I'll go back and I'll, you know, rectify that. But again, yeah, if the argument is, well, he explains that 6 hours later, it's like, how am I even supposed to fucking know that?
Dude, people watch these videos while falling asleep or doing homework. That's my point. Why add the flashbangs randomly in the video when you could just not include them? That's why Salt Factory is a better video maker than this, because Salt Factory just makes the videos that you listen to while you're falling asleep or doing homework, and then it's not a big deal.
Salt Factory knows his appeal, and he sticks to it.
I don't want to be like falling asleep.
He knows his craft.
The problem with the theory too is that like a lot of this stuff is like the first 7 or 20 minutes of the video of like the spicy takes. So it's like the part where I'm actually falling asleep to the video is like the most objectionable part.
I'm sitting there trying to fall asleep and I'm just getting angry.
Yeah, I'm trying to fall asleep and I'm like listening to how House is an objective evil and like he also represents capitalism. And then like, you know, the next night I'm trying to fall asleep again and I'm hearing Cope about how like that last thing you listened to last night, that wasn't me being political. That was just me. So yeah, I don't accept that theory, because at that point it's just like, why doesn't he just start like, instead of the political comments, why not in the like 3 hours and 40 minutes into the video, why doesn't he just start telling me about his day? It's just like, let's take a break. Hey guys, I met this girl on the bus and we had a really meet cute moment.
But you know what's also cute? Taking care of your health.
With today's sponsor.
Today's was it VocDoc?
It was ZocDoc.
ZocDoc, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, anyone who takes Liberty Prime seriously, I'm just gonna laugh at you. Yeah, there is that element of truth to it. If your take on Liberty Prime is anything more than it's just the cool, like, funny robot, this is what this actually means. I mean, you could even do that, but like if you're talking about like what's the Brotherhood of Steel's meaningful force projection in the area, I guess you could do that too.
Oh, but you see, you're just doing what you're accusing him of doing, because his argument is that it's just so self-evident that it's about communism, propaganda, and all that stuff, and you're just saying that it's so self-evident that it's a joke.
I mean, I'm gonna just appeal to the popular consensus that he's gonna be talking about here, where, you know, If everybody's identifying it as a joke, and it is a joke, and it's kind of funny, then like, I have to give credence to the theory that that's all it is.
Did we laugh?
It's kind of a
joke.
weird thing. So if Bethesda are these like mental giants who can pack all of this symbolism into this one character, where the fuck was this energy in the rest of the game? Why is it just the giant nuke throwing robot that has this level of depth to him?
They just poured all of their creative energy into this one character, and then they had to make the rest of the game.
All right, we're gonna do hyper politics, but just as a treat near the end.
Ooh.
Portion of the community can still miss overall. You tell some Fallout fans that Fallout is political and they will get aggressively mad at you. Tell them that the game critiques capitalism and suddenly you're a communist.
Yeah. If you make up that, that it has anti-capitalist themes, people rightfully, their first impression of you is going to be that you're a communist, because that's who says that shit. Political ghost chasing. I mean, yeah, political ghost chasing, political hallucinations.
Holy shit. Oh my god, I just had the best fucking idea for like one of those ghost hunting shows. They should go into the fucking into like an abandoned prison. They're just like, all right, we gotta find Joe Biden in here. Like,
right, and then there's just
in
one of the cells, there's an Xbox 360 with a CRT and a copy of Fallout 3. They're like, maybe Joe Biden's in the Xbox. So they load up Fallout 3. And they're just like, holy shit, I'm being enlightened right now. Like this is kind of a Buddhist story where it's like Liberty Prime puts his hand on your forehead suddenly and you're enlightened and explode.
Somebody's going around putting like the let's go Brandon stickers everywhere.
First things first, Charlie Kirk was murdered by the left. My copy of Fallout 3 is haunted, except it's haunted by the spirit of like a 60-year-old boomer who was really into QAnon.
You're talking to the people that the game is making fun of and they don't even realize it.
Dude. Dude.
Well, there's nothing subtle about that statement.
Come on, man. How do you not realize it?
Oh, you're getting mad about it? It must be making fun of you.
Let's hit that line again. Who are these people the game is making fun of? The Americans that are he promises are not Nazis.
Yeah.
Aggressively mad at you. Tell them that the game critiques capitalism and suddenly you're a communist. You're talking to the people that the game is making fun of and they don't even realize it.
Okay. He's saying he botched this point badly, but I okay, on a second listen I understand what he was trying to say. What he's saying is the game is making fun of like people who immediately jump to like calling someone a communist as like a reflex.
Okay.
And so it's like, if you're doing that, then like Liberty Prime, like the game is making fun of you. And it's like, or maybe you're just really bad at making your points and it leads to you being chronically misunderstood.
I mean, yeah, again, it doesn't help that everything what you were saying was dispersed across like a 12-hour long video.
Yeah. I think just like, his career would have gone so much better for him if he just did a Fallout New Vegas video where he just responded to and tried to elaborate on his points in like a concise format, and then like tried to take the response to that in heart when going forward.
But I mean, like, how can he make the arguments though?
Fallout 3 is political. It even has a direct reference to Hillary Clinton and her inner circle in an option at the end of the Pit DLC. Are we talking about the cannibalize the baby? thing? Is that the Bohemian Grove? Or maybe SuperRAD is a midwit. I would like to think... It's so funny because he was talking a big game about, like, I'm an intellectual. I challenge why I was wrong in the past. And it's like, you can't even challenge... You can't even really interrogate why people are saying these things about you.
Yeah.
I feel like these flashbangs are arguments he's had online before. These are... The New Vegas video was the genesis of just what's plagued him.
All of this to say that while Fallout 3's writing has proved time and time again to be somewhat abysmal, it does have messages and themes that are present within the game.
Just not these ones.
And also universally true. Most writing has themes in it. It's kind of part of writing.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually really hard to write something that is devoid of like themes and symbolism. Like you don't, generally speaking, you don't write a story. I mean, some things will be intentional, but other things are not.
Yeah.
When it comes to what the fuck are those things called? Like
Arcade games?
Literary
motif?
Well, like motif is one of them. Literary
devices,
something like that. Yeah. There you go. Like some of them are intentional, but a lot of them are not, because it's just like by nature of like by the very nature of writing, some of that stuff will exist in it.
Yeah, it's just inevitable. If you write a story, it'll have a theme. Where if you have something like Pac-Man. Like, Pac-Man having flavor to it doesn't mean that it has a theme to it. Yeah. It doesn't have writing. Or Tetris, or what have you.
Actually, Pac-Man is about how you're trying to escape the capitalist system, and that, you know, when you try to escape, all that happens is you just end up on another side of the capitalist system. And the ghosts represent...
I think the first time we mentioned Hardship Spacebreaker, I clarified that it's not anti-capitalist, it's pro-union. And then I think I referenced it a second time, and maybe that's what you saw. But yeah, you are correct. It's more about workers' rights. But people read an anti-capitalist theme into it, both from this game sucks, it's anti-capitalist, and this game rocks, it's anti-capitalist.
Yeah.
Things that want to reflect onto the real world for comparison. To say something, even if it hits you in the face like a truck.
Come on, hang on. Let's not talk about hitting by a truck for a second. It skipped over him saying society. I want to hear him say it.
Messages and themes that are present within the game. Things that the developers want to reflect onto the real world for comparison. To say something about our current society, even if it hits you in the face like a truck.
It hits you in the face like a truck. By the way, most people live in denial that this is even a thing.
I mean, it hits you in the face like a truck so hard that most people end up just denying it. That's what we do with trauma. We just move past it. We pretend it never happened. The intellectuals, though, they'll reflect on that trauma.
I think
they'll embrace it.
I have to imagine he's winding down at this point.
I hope so.
Don't worry, we still haven't done the pit.
It's commendable at the very least. The battle itself is meant to be a display of action. There's very...
Oh, really? All right, I think we're done with the Liberty Prime.
What is the biggest intellectual trap of Fallout 3? Is it Tenpenny Tower? Is it Liberty Prime?
It's gotta be Tenpenny Tower. I feel like he's the only guy that's ranted about the subtle and not so subtle messaging of Liberty Prime. SuperRAD is somehow going to equate the baby eating to capitalism and patriotism. I'd hate to break your heart, Chatter, but the baby eating is a mod. I want to say, you know what it is? And I think the baby eating mod thing being taken as this is actually part of the game has to do with, I honestly think a lot of people that are talking about Fallout 3 online just haven't played it, and so they will believe
Yeah.
memes that they see
Yeah.
online. So it's like they see the Tenpenny Tower meme about how it's about immigration, and they have inserted into the narrative that that must be what it's about. Because there's a 4chan post about it that gets passed around all the time. Because it's funny to say, what did Todd mean by this? Who wants to
Where
replay
they
the
like
pit?
they look up a clip of it, and it like the first clip they see is of somebody running it with the mod.
All right.
It's the
We're in the
Mandela effect.
It currently is to find the cure and bring it back to Werner. Well, as it turns out, Werner used to be the right-hand man of Asher. He was never a slave looking to end the oppression of the slavers. Instead, he wanted to use the slaves to overturn the current hierarchy so he could take over. After originally
I think it says something.
failing to oust Asher, Werner was run out of town. Now he's using anything at his disposal to take out Asher and make the pit his. That doesn't mean he's evil.
Okay.
Werner is still the good karma option between him and the slavers.
No. Real slavery economies have never been tried. Hang on, what's the Confederate philosophy called?
The Lost Cause.
No, not like in the modern day. I mean, what did the Confederates call their philosophy? He could finish the DLC. He didn't just phase into a cooling tower repeatedly, soft locking his game. A lot of you guys have had issues with Fallout 3 I've never heard of. States' rightsology. You guys are like way off. There's a specific name for the philosophical underpinning of what the Confederate states were into. That's not just, oh, it's states' right. Yeah, that's like a post hoc thing where people are like retroactively. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was something that like Confederate politicians were writing about, but that's not the name of the philosophy.
Yeah, I don't remember. I can't recall. I don't know if I ever knew that. Grok. Let me look this up.
Oh, I didn't believe that was name. The Peculiar Intellectual. Which
Peculiar Intellectual?
doesn't sound like a real name, but... Secessionism? No, before the Civil War happened. Take the guys, there was an antebellum South before the Civil War. It doesn't just exist within the confines of your American history education as, like, an entity that spawned out of nowhere. Can we skip to talking about Hegelian dialectics? Wrong video. No, I'm sorry, this is not the good BreadTube video. This is the bad BreadTube video.
You're still freeing the slaves by helping him after all, and he does seem to listen to Medea when she makes requests of him later on. Where things get a little murky is when Asher agrees to show us the cure if we agree to work with him. He has to run off to deal with Werner, a planned event that allows you to check on.
Okay, I guess the note just says Werner is still the good karma option between him and the slavers, and I don't think that's wrong. Although this is the perennial opportunity to mention, guys, did you know the pit is broadly considered to be like one of the deepest philosophical writing? There was a time period in which the pit was being glazed as like one of the best storytelling for politics and gaming. Clearly the child is safest with the slaves and not his mother.
In dialogue that the mother of the child takes good care of it, that her research is slow but safe and doesn't hurt the child in any way. It's also implied at one point that when you hand the child to the slaves, you're effectively doing something dubious. I suppose because there is no guarantee that the slaves won't cut corners and put the child in danger in order to reach a cure for the radiation. The game actually chastises you for it when it rewards you with the booster shot perk. It says something along the lines of, medical research from the pit has improved your life. Just try not to think of what it may have cost others. Cost who? The slaver parents? That
I'm pretty sure they mean the baby. Intellectually filtered by the pit.
No, he's just antenatal.
You shouldn't have had a baby in this situation. You know what? You know what? I can agree. 407.46. Oh, God.
If you want to think about who this cost, it's the slaver individuals who are about to be put in the ground anyway, and honestly, good riddance. I would rather be a city of free individuals than a hierarchy of suffering, and it's weird that the game would try to make you feel guilty about that. They want you to feel bad about objectively good karmic choices.
Oh. Objectively good. But also, that's not how karma works. I think we're lost in the weeds of assuming karma is like generic good evil morality.
He really missed the point with the baby, didn't he?
I don't listen. Human beings are not human until they're like 2 or 3 years old. It's just an it until
like, yeah, this is definitely I'll give him credit. I haven't seen leftists go this far. Usually
sacrificing
it
the
ends
baby
after
is an
birth.
objectively good karmic choice.
Yeah.
For a guy that's so anti-progress, he sure seems really into scientific research when it benefits the slaves.
Well, yeah, because the slaves have to advance technologically so that they can overthrow the system of oppression, so that they can then disarm and dismantle the entire apparatus and revert back to the cave.
Exactly. That's why he's pro-slave. He wants the pit to return to the chaos that it was in before Asher. Which it's like, Asher's not justified because he undid the chaos, but that's why, like, I say, like, the Caesar, like, Asher crawled so that Caesar could actually run. Because it's like, Caesar's a much more interesting examination of that dynamic, as opposed to Asher, who's just like, he's too, like, weirdly guilty in the way that he talks, where it's like, don't worry, I'll get rid of slavery eventually, one day.
Yeah.
And it's just like, Caesar's like, no, fuck him.
Yeah, Caesar's like, they were so fucking backwards. Slavery was a gift bestowed upon them.
Objectively good karmic decisions is an all-timer. All right, one more note. This doesn't even feel worth mentioning, but since it's the last note, we'll go to it. 45406. I don't like seeing Little Lamplight referenced.
And even had callbacks to Fallout 3 that I never picked up on. I never realized that one of the kids from Little Lamplight grows up to be a companion in Fallout 4, that Maxon in 3 becomes the Elder in the Commonwealth later on, that when they removed Madison Lee from the game in Broken Steel and claimed it was because she went off to the Commonwealth, that she would show up again as a member of the Institute.
This just says he misses the most obvious Fallout 3 references in 4. I don't know if he means these are the most obvious references, or if there's something else that I should be identifying. Pat, I genuinely don't know how you get through these videos without losing it. Listen, it's a test of my patience, for sure. I think it's the notion that, like, maybe one day we'll find gold again.
I mean, yeah, sometimes we do get bangers, like what we watched on the last stream on Pleb TV. Sometimes you really do get something where it's just like, whoa, wait, hold on. And then it just continues to deliver. I mean, his Fallout New Vegas video was pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
This one was just kind of shit.
Yeah, this one was just like him coping that he got comments on his New Vegas video, whereas like his New Vegas, because like I don't think he'd ever been critiqued for it before New Vegas. I don't think he ever had the opportunity to be. So he went all out, he was himself, and then he got critiqued. And I think that, like, as much as he copes about it, I think that he did have to restrain himself just a little bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Hopefully that means we're done with SuperRAD. I just hope that he kind of takes to heart that, like, you really should just contain this to one section. You personally, with your style of stream of consciousness. Or at the very least, like, small sections interspersed throughout that are highly localized and specific to the topic that's at hand. And not just, like, again, random.
Nah, fuck that. Do Skyrim, man.
Do Skyrim. I do want to
do
Skyrim.
And don't avoid the Civil War.
Go all in on the Civil War.
We will make fun of you for that.
We will judge you for picking the wrong answer. By the way, there's no right answer, so you can't win.
and just remember, if choosing not to participate is supporting the status quo.
Mm-hmm. You are literally a Thalmor agent at that point.
Yeah.
Is the SuperRAD nightmare over? No more SuperRAD videos? I believe so, just because this is the relevant part for what I'm working on. Because I'm not watching his videos just for the sake of watching his videos. I'd have done it years ago if that was the case.
So who's next in the Fallout?
In the Fallout universe? I'm not sure. I want to... I need to recover for a bit. There's one more stream I want to do, and then I kind of just want to disappear for a while to work on the Fallout project.
Well, disappear as in disappear off the main channel. You'll still be doing Pleb TV stuff. We have so many Star Wars games to play.
Mm-hmm. So much schlock. So, Fridays at 4 Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to come check that out. And I'll be on EFAP. There is an old rivalry that is going to be addressed next Saturday on EFAP.
I can't wait.
So, and also, yeah, SuperRAD, we're still down to talk to you on LARP. I feel like adding from the previous thing, unmonetized, so we're, working for free. You're not platforming us, be real. And if you feel intimidated by having private sessions there, I mean, don't, but, we're down to shift the guests around if you think that it's just going to be us jumping you, because it won't be. We want to have a conversation about kind of what you're doing and maybe settle the score that you have with us. Be real. You have a score with us. I know that you were saying that I'm obsessed with you and that you don't think about us at all, which is a good PR answer, but be real. You're subtweeting me on Blue Sky like every 2 months. Like, he made a post on his Discord. Yeah, it was this. This was after the stream we did. The dude is like obsessed with me. I don't know why. Bear in mind, 3 days before the stream, here's him talking about me on Blue Sky. Without saying my name, of course, because why would he? So it's like, yeah, let's not pretend for a second, okay? What if SuperRAD sort of indirectly calls you out for calling him out? I just want to talk to him. We can settle it.
They'll never be settling. There will never be peace.
Mm-hmm.
There will never be peace in the Middle East.
War in the long form community.
War. War never changes.
What is there to settle? I mainly just want to talk to him about the weird fucking opinions he has where he thinks that I'm like some political extremist that I'm not.
I want to know if he actually does think we all should be going back to the caves. I want to know what his political like. I want from the horse's mouth. What do you actually believe? Because I know you're not communist.
I'm
pretty sure you're not a communist.
We just want to place where your politics are for the sake of giving context to the things that you've said.
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna do anything extreme with that information except just like rethink the things that you said about Fallout 3 in New Vegas.
And perhaps correct people when they tell us that he's communist. We could be like, no, actually he's this, and you should go check out this interview we did where he explains it.
You want to go back to the caves. I want you to go back to the mines. We're not the same.
I want to go back to the atoms.
Yeah, I'm pro child labor. I want to go back to the atoms so that DSP can be the final human being with maximized happiness. I'm a joy maxer.
He needs to spend the rest of his days like in a facility like that will just give him maximum comfort and stuff, and it's recording the entire time.
So that when we get reanimated, we can watch what happens during the era when DSP was the only living human.
Or when the aliens discover our the ruins of our planet.
Learn from us.
They'll have some of the best fucking entertainment. You're like, man, no wonder this fucking species went extinct. I think I'm gonna go off and make that ghost hunting channel now. That ghost hunting.
That would be a funny bit.
Series. Oh, we'll do a stream of Phasmophobia, and we'll.
Right, but we're hunting for the ghosts of the political Fallout 3 copy. I'll make her the size of me. Hang on. There we go. She's here because she's my girlfriend.
You gotta turn her into a VTuber model.
Someone did ask for that.
How many Whoppers do I need to donate for you to?
Oh Jesus!
Put that.
Can you get me
on?
real hamburgers?
Yeah, I'll get you a Big Mac instead.
There we go. Then we can make the Saber model. All right, chat. We'll see you Saturday for the final old
Friday.
Saturday. They do it on Saturdays.
We're not.
Oh yeah.
We're
Well, I
not
mean,
doing a
Pleb
Friday?
TV on Friday as always, but EFAP on Saturday for the old debate.
Yes.